Good evening and welcome. I'd like to call the meeting of the Paso Robles Planning Commission for April 26th to order. Our first act of action here is the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'd stand and join us, please do so. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now I would ask staff to please conduct the roll call.
Commissioner Christensen.
Present.
Commissioner Neal.
Here.
Commissioner Gibson.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Jorgensen.
Here.
Commissioner Covarrubias. Chairperson Kogler.
Here.
The minutes will reflect that Covarrubias is absent. He did notify us he was not going to be able to attend tonight.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Frace, would you do staff introductions or lead staff introductions, please?
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Marcy Reynoso and Ashley Peterson, Administrative Assistants.
Darren Nash.
Isaac Rosen, Assistant City Attorney.
Do we have any other staff remoters? Okay, good. Thank you. Our next item is item E on the agenda. It's general public comments regarding matters not on the agenda this evening. If anybody has an item that's not specifically on our agenda that they would like to address, you can come up to the podium and please do that. Seeing none, any call-ins? Okay, we have nobody in place and nobody calling in, so we'll move on to our next item. That's the agenda items that are proposed to be either tabled or rescheduled. Do we have any this evening?
There are none.
Good, thank you. All right, with that, we will move into the public hearings. We have 3 public hearings this evening. The first is public hearing for Pioneer Park subdivision. It's tentative trap map PR-17-0133. The applicant is the City of Paso Robles, 2010 Riverside Avenue, APN 008-254-002. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, this is a request for a subdivision of the Pioneer Park located at 2010 Riverside Avenue. The Riverside Avenue corridor is the zone in this area, which includes the park area. Looking here at the vicinity map, you can see the shape of the park, the star where it's located. And then the red line is kind of showing the one property separate from the buildings in the corner. And the subdivision helps facilitate providing a parcel, so a parcel could be sold to the Pioneer Foundation. So in August of 2021, the city entered into an agreement with the Paso Robles Museum Foundation for an option to purchase a 1.6 acre portion of the Pioneer Park property. This parcel map helps facilitate the subdivision of the larger 7-acre piece to provide for the 1.6 acre that can be sold to the museum in the future. So this is kind of indicating the parcel map area. And there's also an abandonment that's part of this. Gregory Avenue is kind of across from 21st Street and heads between Riverside down to the highway. There's a portion of that right-of-way that would be abandoned with this subdivision. And then this subdivision would create the parcel 1 and parcel 2, where parcel 1 would be sold to the Pioneer Museum to allow them for future expansion of the museum in the future. Parcel 2 is a larger parcel, and at this time there is no, we're not aware of any proposals to sell at this point. I know the city has been working with the fairgrounds on the possibility of that property, but there haven't been any recent discussions of that. So again, when there's city property involved, it's required to get a finding of general plan consistency and zoning consistency. This will be a recommendation up to the city council for the parcel map. So with that, we have the options: draft resolution A, the tentative map approval with the conditions of approval. And I may be corrected. Actually, it's not looking like question 41. This doesn't look like it's going on to council. It's a subdivision here. Parcel map approval tonight would be for the tentative parcel map, and then the final map will go to council at the point when that's ready to record. So the options over the planning commission tonight are approve the tentative map, subject to the conditions, or two could approve a resolution with modifications, or refer back for more staff information and analysis, or reject the request for subdivision based on findings. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from commissioners to staff? Mr. Jorgens? Mr. Davis?
Yeah, Darren, can you explain, does the 0.2 acres that gets abandoned get absorbed into another parcel? What happens with that?
I believe it would become part of parcel 2, but I'll defer to the city engineer to help explain that.
Okay, yeah, and I have another circulation question for you. So yeah, I'm just curious what happens there.
Certainly, David Athens, city engineer, yes. Area, created those roads, and typically they go halfway to the center line of that right of way. We'll go back to each side. If you abandon the whole road, in this case, we're only going halfway. So that will come back to parcel 2, and the city will retain a utility easement over that because we have a sewer line in that.
I saw that. And while you're there, David, could you explain, will any of this impact access to either party, the Mid-State Fair and the back of the fairgrounds, or impact the museum? There's two very popular venues with activity. Is there any circulation impacts with this?
The fair will still have access down the remaining portion of the other side of the right-of-way. If the fair in the future in the city come to some agreement on parcel 2, they would still have access to their properties at, I think it says Victoria Place, the alley that's halfway between, and then they also have access still to those properties back. A lot of the roads that you see that are like what we call paper roads in the fair, those have all been abandoned in the past. So it's an underlying one large couple of lots under the fair.
I know there's a lot of trucks that, service the fair during special events. So I was just curious if circulation in any way would be impacted by this.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Christensen? Thank you, Chairperson Kogler. This question's for Mr. Athey again. In regards to that circulation, I part of the answer I thought was that the fairgrounds would have access to half of that abandoned street, and I just need clarification on that.
Yes, the city, if we do it, if it is approved as an abandonment, we're not going to cut off the fair's access.
Okay, because that was my question, because I'm glad you brought it up. They get so much traffic in there for so many of the events, with trailers and what have you. So, okay, interesting. So, but if parcel 2 acquires half of that in the future, then it would affect their ingress and egress?
It could. The city could cut off access to their parcel. The fair could certainly turn around and sue us if they've been driving over that for, I don't know how long, 50 years, because I don't really know, and
Sure.
then sue us for inverse compensation to get an easement through there. I don't think that's the intent in this case.
Okay.
The intent is it's surplus right away, and looking in the future, whether it's parcel 2 is, let's just say it's sold to the fair, they would have access to that. If it's sold to somebody else, then, which I don't believe it can be because it's a park, we'd have to go through a whole process for that. We can certainly give an easement back to the fair over that piece of property.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So just to clarify on that,
Yeah.
parcel 1 is intended theoretically to be transferred to the museum. Parcel 2 would be transferred theoretically to the fair. So the fair has actually requested parcel 2 in that configuration, and the fair has requested the street abandonment as part of this process.
Okay.
Whether that deal comes through in the end is still a question, but these are parcel configurations that both groups have requested.
That was my next question, if anybody from the State Fair had written anything or had any
They've
comments.
requested this.
Okay, great. All right, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No more questions for me.
Mr. Neal. Just a question on the skate park. Are there any other skate parks in town? Darren?
No.
Mr. Gibson.
Staff just answered my only question. Thanks.
I will add on to that, though. I believe part of the Sherwood Park Master Plan includes a skate park. So if something were to happen to this skate park, I think there's plans in the future for that the Parks and Rec Commission has approved for future skate.
Thank you. Just one question. Parcel 2, does it have any deed restrictions at all that would make that perpetually park, or if the State Fair acquired it, could they use it at will?
So there's been negotiations going on between the city and the fair since at least I think 2015 on this issue. So there is a series of agreements that haven't been executed that lay out the use and the transfer of the property, replacement of the facilities like the skate park and the baseball diamond. So those are all in consideration. That would be part of a final deal to be executed between the city council and the fair board or the state of California. At this point, this is kind of a procedural thing just to get things in order in case the council decides to execute that agreement. If it doesn't get executed, then basically we just maintain the status quo. So this is kind of a maybe kind of thing, but we have to go through the process just so we're ready in case the council decides to execute the deal.
And a follow-up and last question. Does the State Fair have any kind of long-range master plan where they've looked at these kind of parcels and considered future use?
I have not seen any state master plan for this parcel. I am sure they do have a master plan for their current holdings.
Thank you. Any other questions of commissioners of staff? If not, we will open the public hearing. This is a public hearing, and you're certainly welcome to comment on this if you so choose. If you'd like to do so, please step to the podium, as Mr. Guston is, and give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to comment.
Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. I've been involved in the Pioneer Museum and Pioneer Day for a long time, and as you know, that museum is expanding and expanding, and they can use that parcel 1, so I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Hardwick. I live at 908 Walnut Drive here in Paso Robles. And I just have a question because I'm not familiar with who is abandoning that portion of the road. I know that when I use the fairgrounds, we go 21st Street almost all the way to the highway before we turn around and go in there. If half of it's abandoned, does that mean it's closed to public traffic? And if not, well, great. And if so, who is abandoning it? Is the city abandoning that property, or is there an owner that has it now that's abandoning it? If you could answer those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. We'll get you an answer here in just a minute. Anybody else like to comment on this issue? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back. I think the first question would be that Mr. Hardwick was posing was on access. Perhaps you'd like to address that a little bit further. Can't see David, but I know he's back there somewhere. There you go.
Hi, David Athey, city engineer. So the city of Paso Robles is abandoning the right-of-way. Just for everybody's edification, the vast majority of what we call right-of-way or roads are actually much bigger than the road itself. Typically, they're 40 feet wide, 60 feet wide, 80 feet wide, as some of the east side roads. and a lot of our arterials are 100 feet wide of land. So in this case, it is that blue portion shown on the screen right there being abandoned by the city, and it would not be closed right away. It would still be left in its current condition for use. And again, as Mr. Frace mentioned, this is just to prepare for a future configuration that the fair had told us that they would like on this parcel.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Discussion by commissioners. Any discussion points? Mr. Christensen, shaking your head no.
None for me, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Neal? Mr. Gibson? Mr. Jorgensen?
No comments.
Commissioner Davis? I have none as well, so would anybody like to offer a motion?
I'll give it a whirl.
Okay, very good.
I'd like to move approval of draft resolution A, approving tentative parcel map, 17-0133, including conditions of approval.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Neal, a second to Commissioner Gibson. Any more discussion amongst the commissioners? If not, I'd ask staff to please call the roll vote. Sorry.
Clarification, Chairperson Kogler. This would be the amended.
Yes.
Yeah, can we just clarify that the motion includes the addendum?
Yes, as amended.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. The motion is on the amended version that we have in front of us. I'll ask now for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Neal?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Jorgensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Chairperson Kogler?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, we will move into our second public hearing of the evening. It's the Olson South Chandler Specific Plan, Planning Area 3 and 8, Vesting Tentative Tract Map 3176, and Development Plan 21-07, P21-0070. The applicant is Olson Ranch 212 LLC, Mike Nagger and Danny Brose. North of Lene Road and east of Fontana Road, it involves 3 APNs 025-382-003. Second one is 009-798-002. And finally, the numbers 009-798-001. We have a staff report on this one, please.
Yes, happy to. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, as you had mentioned in the agenda is this request for a tentative map and development plan for planning areas 3 and 8 of the Olson South Chandler specific plan. Taking a look up at the overhead there, the colored areas are generally what's referred to as the South Chandler portion of the specific plan. South of Lene Road, off the screen there is the Olson portion of the specific plan. But what we're referring to today is this area up here, planning areas 3 and 8. So when the specific plan was approved back in 2020, along with the specific plan were the tentative tract maps, as well as the specific plan document, the development plans for each of the planning areas. So the Olson South Chandler specific plan was approved in a manner where the subdivisions were approved concurrently, as well as the specific plan document, which outlines the design guidelines, the architectural elements, the housing types, the development standards. All of those, that information was approved with the specific plan. Originally, the subdivision tract 3153 was 48 residential lots over planning area 3. It did not include this corner as planning area 8. With the specific plan, planning area 8 was approved as a medium density residential, but the crosshatch here indicates that a commercial, neighborhood commercial overlay. So there was an overlay that was approved with the specific plan that kind of gave it two options for development. One would be to approved under the underlying yellow, which is the medium density residential, or possibly as neighborhood commercial. The Olson Ranch team or ownership purchased Planning Area 8 from our town, from the Condit family. And with that, they also own Planning Area 3. So what's before you tonight is a new tentative map that would provide for 61 residential lots over Planning Areas 3 and 8. So tonight before you is, I'll show you what was currently approved there as a tentative map, the 3153, and then I'll show you the new tentative map, the 3176, that shows how the lots incorporate portion or Planning Area 8. And the applicants, by presenting this and requesting approval of the tentative map and the development plan, are indicating that they're not taking the option of the commercial on Planning Area 8. So there's no commercial proposed at this time. With the proposal is the request to transfer 13 units from Planning Area 10, which is our town, over to this Planning Area 3 and 8 to make up for the 61 lots. So it was anticipated with the specific plan, as well as with the development agreement for this specific plan, that there could be some transfers for density units between planning areas. It does happen that Olson 212 purchased our town from the Condits, so they also own Planning Area 10, or what was known as our town. But tonight, with the request to approve the tentative map, the development plan is also the acknowledgement of the transfer of the units. So this is the tract 3153, and it had the 48 residential lots. It did not show anything on this Planning Area 8. So there were the lots, and then this was a landscape area at the corner of where Niblick Road comes in here. Tentative map 3176 is very similar with the addition of some parcels and some reconfiguration of this end to accommodate the circulation for the lots on Planning Area 8. So this is what's proposed for the 61 residential lots on Planning Area 3 and 8. Along with the subdivision map is an illustrative site plan. So this is showing the lot layout, and it's also showing, there was a landscape area at the corner coming through, providing some walkways and paths through. That's still being accommodated. However, as you can see, it's a little smaller than what it was before. It's also mentioned that Planning Areas 3, these homes along here are oriented towards Niblick Road. So in a slide here in a minute, I'll show you this kind of the anticipated street scene for the homes, and they would be fronting Niblick Road. They would also be fronting the other roads with access from behind to get to garages for parking. This is the density table that was approved with the specific plan. So if you see Planning Area 3, there's 48 units, and then Planning Area 8 is the additional 13 for the 61. So it is anticipated that if Planning 8 were to be developed as residential, that it would have the 13 lots, and that's what's making up the 61 lots being proposed at this time. So the development plan portion that's accompanying the tentative map, it really comes back to the specific plan. The specific plan includes the development standards, the guidelines for setbacks and height of buildings. All those kind of details are already included in the specific plan, as well as architectural design guidelines for each of the planning areas. So all those are within the specific plan. it's possible that for planning areas, let's take, for instance, this project, if they weren't asking for the additional lots or the need for the tentative map, and they were wanting to develop it as was approved with the original tentative map with the 48 units, they could move forward with the tentative map and with the information in the specific plan and move forward through a process that would go forward to applying for building permits for building homes on those lots. There would be a stop at the DRC to show how their plans that they're submitting to the building department for permits are consistent with the specific plan. So there is a step there for each of these planning areas to show us what they're proposing and to review for consistency at the DRC level. We anticipate that as these larger planning areas of the Olson South Chandler plan, there's some production builders that are in the works on these. You know, they may come in with some, bring in some plans that we'll take to DRC, and it's possible things could need to go back to Planning Commission. But these planning areas, these developers are made aware of that. So the specific plan is set up to already have the development plan approved. With this tract is that illustrative site plan that connects the additional lots on how it would be consistent and work with the tentative map. And then all of the there's in the specific plan, there's certain pages that deal with the medium density residential, that deal with the development standards, the design guidelines. So those are all part of the resolution of approval, along with the tentative map is a reference to those sections of the specific plan for how this neighborhood will be built out. There was an addendum put out late this evening. There was two conditions. Condition 5 that was dealing with the requirement for, I believe 5 was the additional parking, and 6 had to do with the tot lot. Those were carried over from Planning Area 9 when we came through with Planning Area 9. They had some more specific details that needed to be provided for that. This one, this corner that's showing here, this illustrative corner, is what's called Planning Area 7. And this was approved with the specific plan to be a private recreation area for planning areas, I believe, 2, 3, and 8. So there is tot lots and different activities in this area that make up that tot lot, that recreational open space for these neighborhoods. So this Planning Area 7 is already adopted with the specific plan. So that condition number 6, I believe, had to do with the requirement for a tot lot. That can be omitted, and that's what one of the requests for the addendum. So before I get into the street scene, I'll go back and I'll hit that parking condition number 5. So the specific plan development standards call for the parking for these lots to have 2 covered parking spaces, or what becomes a garage for these residential units. It also requires 0.25 of a space for each lot, which comes out to, I believe, about 20 what's called visitor parking spaces, or I believe it's 15 visitor parking spaces. This parking that's been designed into this neighborhood, this site planning, is close to 20 parking spaces. So the requirement by the specific plan to provide for the 0.25 of visitor parking within this planning area has been is being provided right here in this parking. Again, a previous project in Planning Area 9, additional visitor parking was needed, and that's what that condition was for. So that condition number 6 or number 5 can be omitted. So for the medium density residential for this PA 3 and 8. This is a figure in the specific plan that shows the generally two-story homes fronting the streets with garages accessed from the alley or from the private alleys behind. So this is the type of building type that's anticipated with this neighborhood. And then this detail showing the 3-foot wall that would go along the frontage of these yards. And then there, from between the wall and the Niblick Road, this happens to be Niblick Road, there will be paths and sidewalks and landscaping as well. So this slide is just showing that all these exhibits, the tentative map, the different grading plans, these are all the civil plans. Also being provided is that illustrative site plan, along with these pages from the specific plan. These are the same pages from the specific plan, so they're more for reference so that someone looking at the requirements for this neighborhood don't have to go bury back in the specific plan to find each page, so I provided them here. And these, the site plan along with these are really what this development plan 2107, that's what would be approved for the future development of this neighborhood. So I'll just mention the addendum. The city attorney, similar to the last Pioneer Park map, had some suggested language for findings related to the Subdivision Map Act. So that was an addendum to add some language there. And then it was to omit condition number 5 related to the parking because it's being provided. And then the other was to omit the tot lot because planning area 7 is providing that component. So the options before you tonight are to approve draft resolution A for the tentative map along with the development plan, subject to site specific conditions of approval with the suggested changes in addendum. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Darren. Does the applicant or applicant's representative have any comments that they'd like to make before we go to questions?
Good evening. My name is Brad Breckwald with the Wallace Group and I've been involved in this project for some time. The whole intent here was to go ahead and make PA3 and PA8 work together as a neighborhood. So that was the whole idea of combining the two and being as consistent as possible with what PA3 previously envisioned for the layout, but adding in the lots of PA8 and having circulation and everything work well together. Also, Mike Nagar is on the line. If there's any questions from him, he can be available to answer those. But I just wanted to say I want to thank the staff for putting together the staff report. We're here to answer any questions if anything comes up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions of the commission for staff. Let's start on the other end. Mr. Christensen.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. So in the, Darren, maybe you can help me with this. In number 2 on the fact sheet, it mentions that there were 54 single-family lots approved. Was that just for PA3 or the number you threw out was 41, and I wasn't sure if I...
Yeah, and I believe there were some typos between some of those numbers, but that
was in regard
in referring to residential lots. So the original was the 48 residential lots.
Okay. So PA3 would have been originally 48. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now,
and then you have.
I was just going to clarify that. And on the original PA3 map, it was lots 7 through 54. So if you realize the first 6 lots are in PA 1 and 2, it is 48 lots. It's just the numbering looked like it was up to 54.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I just was trying to clarify the exact number because it doesn't mention, but in the presentation it was different. Thank you, Brad. So the other question I had, Darren, and I wasn't quite sure I understood it completely, and maybe you can just cover that again, is in number 4 in the fact sheet, and I'm referring to that because I kind of had notes on there. The 13 units from PA 10, can you explain that? I'm a little confused on how those transfer over. Maybe just kind of give it a little better understanding of that and how that's going to correlate to development of PA 10 in the future.
Right, so this slide's showing the density table that was approved for the whole specific plan.
Okay.
So the bottom line total is 1,293. So 1,293 homes were approved for all the planning areas for the Olson South Chandler specific plan. The specific plan, as well as the development agreement, anticipated that there could be some transferring of units between the planning areas.
Okay.
But with that transfer, needed to be an accommodating development plan to show, okay, where are they going, where are they coming from? So tonight, we're indicating that 13 lots are being transferred to make up the 61, and they're coming for planning area 10. But in the end, for the whole specific plan, the 1,293 is the maximum number of units.
Okay, so the table then would, the new table, let's say if this was approved, would then reflect that PA 10A would have 13 less units for that allocation.
Correct.
Okay, and and another confusing thing on that for me was it mentions that they're single-family dwellings. Does that mean that they're, because of the density, they're kind of downgrading to more of a what's going to fit with PA 8? I mean, I'm sorry, PA 3, which is, what do they refer to that as, more of a?
Yeah, it's the medium density residential. It's what's called a green court type of design, but they are set up for a subdivision where each home is the ability to be sold at the owner occupied. So it's sold separately as opposed to a multifamily type project where their rentals or owners own more than one house.
Okay. And another question I had was, with this change, would we see that commercial overlay move to any other parcel in the neighborhood?
No, the commercial overlay and what lots are, what they're zoned at or used for are already established for the specific plan. So if there was going to be a change or a request to do something, put some kind of overlay where it's not now, that would be a specific plan amendment, which would be more of a pretty big ordeal to do.
So once that overlay is gone, it's gone, basically. There's not a transfer of it unless they do that through the specific plan. Okay, amendment.
Correct. Or someday, if the map gets approved and someone purchases it, but they decide, hey, we purchased this, now we want to put planning area 8, we decide we don't want to put residential here, they still could possibly do an overlay, but that would take coming back here with the development plan.
Right.
Because tonight we're approving the lots and the development plan over 8. That does not include any commercial use.
Right. So we're pretty much moving this into a completely residential situation where the commercial overlay just goes away.
Correct.
Okay. I wanted to thank you for clarifying that. I think right now that's the only questions I have right now.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Neal.
Yeah, just one question. So on the density allocation table, it has planning area 8 as having the ability to have 13 additional density units. If I look at planning area 8 on the map, it only has 9. Where'd the other 4 come from?
I think the density, the 13, is being spread over 8 and 3.
Okay.
So with this tentative map and with this development plan is the density from the 48 and the 13 adding up to 61 is being spread over 3 and 8.
So it isn't just a change in planning area 8, it's a change
It seems like
for the entire parcel,
this whole
3
map.
and 8.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I think it would have been nice to be able to see both maps, to see the change. But that's it for me.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. Following up on some questions from my fellow commissioners. So on page 27 of our handout, you indicated that 13 units are going to be transferred for planning area 10. And Commissioner Christensen had asked, what happens, but my understanding from what you're saying, Darren, is that the maximum amount is 1,293 units. So who owns Area 10? Is it the same owners, or are they somehow in agreement that they're going to be losing some of their capacity to build?
Right. So when we look at this density table, as we come through these projects and they submit, we're going to be keeping track of the number of units per planning area. This is a situation where this table is going to end up having a new column that will then show what the entitlements and approvals have approved. A lot of these are just going to come straight across because they're going to build what that's been anticipated, right. But we'll have to keep track of that.
So I guess my basic question is, if I was the owner of Area 10 and I had not somehow pre-approved this, I would be a little bit concerned. So how was it that Area 10 was in essence picked on to lose 13 units as opposed to any of the other planning areas? I mean, is there again an agreement with the owners?
This wasn't our decision, so probably it might be good to ask Mike Nagar. He's on the line, and I think he can give you a little feedback on the request for planning areas 3 and 8 and kind of how the density works.
Again, yeah, my question is not about 3 and 8. My question is about the entitlement for planning area 10 and the owner of that.
No, I understand, but I think that it might be good for Mr. Nagar to help answer your question, because you're wanting to know, okay, we're reducing number of units on planning area 10.
Right.
Why are they doing such a thing?
Yeah,
that's not for me to answer. So.
Okay. So this is in essence, their suggestion that it comes from 10 is not coming from staff?
This is their ability as owners of the Olson South Chandler specific plan to transfer units between planning areas. So they have other ideas for planning area 10 than to have the max density that this table is indicating.
If I may, I think I remember hearing you say that planning area 10 is currently owned by the South Chandler Group, so it's under the same ownership?
That's what I asked. Is it the same owner?
That's my understanding, yeah.
So, okay.
Okay, can we get a confirmation of that?
I'm just remembering what I heard, so.
If Mr. Nagar is on the line, would you like to shed a little light on this issue?
Yes. Hello, Planning Commission. Good evening to you. This is Mike Nagar. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. A very simple answer to the question. Currently, we do not own Planning Area 10. However, the units that we are transferring, we purchased from the owner of that property along with Planning Area 8. So I guess you would say the one who had the right to those units sold them to us, and that's why we are transferring them over.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very lucid, rational answer to my question. I just wanted to make sure that the person of Area 10 realized that they were losing 13 units. So, okay. So on page 29, just to confirm again, because I heard kind of not a definitive answer. So is the neighborhood commercial overlay going away if we approve this map? Because you indicated that somewhere down the road that they could change their mind. And in essence, by tonight, we're going to break this up into individual lots that could be sold. That if that remains, would all have that neighborhood commercial overlay, right? Which would be a concern for me. So can you confirm that the neighborhood commercial overlay district is going away, or that would somehow remain?
The overlay on the maps and on the specific plan, you're still going to see a crosshatched area, as this had an option for residential or commercial. With what the plans that they're asking you to approve tonight, they're showing that they're going to be putting single family or these green corp type lots on that planning area 8.
Okay.
So with that development plan, the planning committee, if the planning commission approves it, they're approving planning area 8 to be developed with residential in a manner to be approved by the specific plan for that type of development.
But it is still the possibility that they could come back, because we would in essence have entitled them to however many lots that Commissioner Neal counted, 8 or 9, that they would have that many individual commercial overlay lots, correct?
So it's a matter of timing. So if they record the lots and the lots are all separate, having separate ownership, and if they build homes on them, then in order to do some type of a commercial overlay project, one, they would have to come back to the Planning Commission for approval of a new development plan over that area. And then we have to refer back to the specific plan on how, I don't know what would happen at that point, whether lots are part developed, if they're backing up to it. But with the Planning Commission's approval of the development plan, this is the plan that when someone submits permits to build on this, it will need to be consistent with this development plan and this tentative map. If before it gets built on, it changes ownership and someone changes their mind and wants to come back to take advantage of the overlay, then they would need to come back to the Planning Commission to adjust the subdivision and adjust the development plan.
All right, I'm going to move on. On the large plot map that is indicated, I was just trying to figure out the difference in sizes of the streets. Can you clarify if there's any off-street parking on any of the interior roads? I mean, because there's certainly some of those roads that would seem that they're large enough to be that. Are we making that decision tonight or not?
The roads and the type of road, the width has all been approved with the specific plan. Warren, I don't know if you can bring up stuff for there's this page that shows all the cross sections of the specific plan.
There's on the flip page of it on page 44 is typical roads, and it would seem to indicate that road that it runs horizontally across the page, which is 56 feet wide, would have parking on both sides of the street. I'm just trying to ascertain if that's correct or not.
Is it the one up? One more down. There you go. Yeah.
Road CC. Second from the right.
So we're going to get these cross sections up so we can see them a little better.
Yeah, so the one raised right there. So the one that runs horizontally is 56 feet because we're talking about parking. My question is parking. And it would indicate that there's parking on both sides of the street. I'm just trying to confirm that that's the case on that street.
That's correct, Commissioner Gibson. There will be parking on both sides of they call Road CC at this point.
Yeah, Road CC, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, is that the only street, David, that would indicate that there's parking on any off-site? It would seem to be the case.
Just want to make sure. I believe that's the case. Yes. That's why they have the additional parking. Is this on?
Yeah.
Correct.
So that's why they have the additional parking shown in that island up at the top of the screen. Kind of in the middle, kind of a triangular piece.
Okay. Well, that brings me to my last question. So in the staff report and in the original resolution or conditions, we actually had listed these 24 visitor parking spaces, and now we're being asked to strike them out. And I'm just wondering why would we do that? Why would we want to do that?
So the parking spaces that are shown up on this plan are not proposed.
There's only 22 of them by my count anyway, but I'm just wondering why would we not require
requesting additional spaces? That was carried over from a previous tract map where they didn't have or they didn't provide enough, or at some point the Planning Commission asked them to have additional visitor parking. The spaces that are shown up here in this plan are what's being proposed with this, and it's beyond what the specific plan standard is for visitor parking. So I believe, based on the 61 lots and the 0.25 parking space per lot required for visitor, is a 15 spaces. And this is beyond that. This is over 20.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're saying that if we approve this as it's being presented, that the applicant will be, he will have to comply with having those 22 spaces on there. Is that correct?
Per this plan that you see.
Okay,
Yes.
without it being stated in the conditions.
Correct, because this is going to be an exhibit. The site plan
Okay, all right.
is exhibit
All right.
C, whatever.
That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. Commissioner Jorgensen.
Thank you. My questions are sort of a memory question, Darren, if you can help me out, because it's been a while since we've seen this the first time around. Did we review the map as proposed for our town area? Or was it only included in the density chart?
So, Mr. Athey, maybe you can help me, but I don't believe there were any subdivision of our town planning areas, possibly the northern piece, but our town is an existing subdivision, and I don't believe there was any subdivision proposed with the specific plan at that time.
So that's correct. So our town is an existing subdivision back in the 1950s, so there was no new map on that. It's kind of shown on the screen here. It's 10A, you can't see the A, thank you, in that area. 10B is an undeveloped portion. There was a lot of road right-of-way, undeveloped road right-of-way in that port, because there was plans to develop north of here with our town. It was a big development. It never happened, but some of the roads were created back in the 50s. And so when the Planning Commission last saw this, you approved a lot of road abandonments. And basically what you see in the light tan up there is what was remains. And then area 10B with the red dot, that's available for a future subdivision.
Okay, but it's not.
That will come back to you someday in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the count, the 13 is coming from 10A, correct? Yeah, okay. All right. Because my question was, I don't have a memory of what it looked like. So if there's 13 previously defined lots that are moving the approval for that density allocation, that we're moving it into 3 and 8. I don't have a problem with that in concept, but I'm wondering, so what's the hole that we're leaving in 10A?
So I can answer that.
Okay, good.
And I don't know if I remember the exact numbers, but our town has, I think, 54 existing lots. The density of our town, based on their zoning, had more lots allocated to their planning area, but they're not subdivided yet. They had density. They had, let's just say it's 20 lots because I don't remember what it is. So they have a surplus density of number of units in 10A and 10A, but they're not associated with any lot in general. They're just floating at the moment. And so that's what Mr. Nagar and Mr. Brose are doing, is they're moving that floating density, those units that are available for allocation, to planning area 8 and 3.
Okay.
There's no loss of lots. It's just, they're just using that excess. Yeah, they're just using the extra.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, good. Thank you.
And I think looking up at the density table above, there's that red dot is showing that our town single-family development 10A, based on how much land is there and the zoning that was put over it, could have up to 127 lots.
Okay.
I think David's saying on those there was 54 existing lots. So I think they're looking at probably keeping some of those lots and not putting all these 127 over that plan.
Okay. All right, thank you. That answers that question. I think the other one, you may have already answered this, Darren. but I just want to confirm. Did you say previously that there are no other neighborhood commercial overlay areas in the specific plan?
Let's see, there are not, just planning area 8.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Davis, questions?
I too had questions about the lots being transferred from one planning area to another, so I won't ask any more questions on that. I think we've talked that through. I think my question is a little bit of on recall. There was mention of planning area 7 and something about a tot lot going away, and I'm going to think recreation for a moment. So could you re-explain what's happening and when we'll be making final decisions on this recreation area?
So there was a condition in the resolution that indicated that there needed to be a tot lot designed into this site plan. However, planning area 7 is already approved as a park area for this neighborhood and includes the tot lot. So there doesn't need to be the redesign of this or the requirement to put a tot lot in here because there's one already designed for in this planning area 7.
Okay. And then while that image is up there, and this is a refresher for me, but kind of a question too, what's it called? Common area over to the right, the open space green area there. How has that changed, if at all, with the changes being proposed for planning area 8?
So you're talking about these areas here?
Yeah, the one next to what I guess my biggest question is the one that appears to be next to a roundabout. Is there?
Up here?
Yeah.
So this was the original approved tentative map. This area here was bigger. So that area is getting smaller with the new 61 lot map. But they're showing it as remaining as a landscaped area that ties in to allow for paths and things to get out to Niblick Road.
Okay, and in the original plan, was there some kind, I mean, that is adjacent to a roundabout, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
What kind of barrier is there between that open green space here? I'm just thinking about safety in case kids went that way instead of to the top lot.
Now, are you talking about here, or are you talking about up here where the park is?
No, down below.
So what they're showing is a 3-foot masonry wall. So along the frontage, there'll be a masonry wall along the perimeter of the neighborhood.
And even in the vicinity of the roundabout. There'll be that.
Correct. So along here, so what I'm hearing you say, Commissioner Davis, is there's a concern about this landscape area, and if there's not some kind of a perimeter, some type of a fencing or something that would help prevent kids or people from getting into the kind of that high traffic area.
It's got a safety question, I guess, is what I just wanted to kind of have some dialogue about. And then I do think, I think we want walkable communities, but that's walking into a roundabout. So I guess I just wanted to put that up.
And there's through the roundabout is a lot of pedestrian facilities to get to the different planning areas that then come through here. So it all kind of connects. But I do understand your question about wanting to make sure it's safe. And, we don't have the final details on that, how that's landscaping, where the perimeter wall stops and starts. And that's something that the Planning Commission wanted to add a condition that talks specifically about that. That's something you can do. But I know that the applicants are here and are hearing your concern there, and we can address that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I have one question on the numbers, and I assure you it's probably a quick one. Density allocation table, if you could put that up. My only question, Darren, is why is the transfer necessary? As I'm looking at the table, you see planning area 8 already has 13 units assigned to it. And you see that 3 had 48, so we get our 61. Why do you have to move 13 over when it was already allocated for 13?
And I think that was anticipated with this table, but I don't think the actual transfer had happened. It needed the development plan to happen. Because the planning area 8 could be commercial, not residential. Right. So, and maybe Mr. Nagar can talk a little more specifically to answer your question. But it's my understanding that, the anticipated, basically when you take the reason they're asking for the transfer of the 13 is because based on the square footage of the lot and the lot size, that's how many you can get. Or as Commissioner Neal indicated, it's portion on 8 and then they spread over into 3. But I think just based on the density, the square footage, the size of lot 8 and the density is where that 13 is coming from. But the actual density transfer had not happened.
Okay, I will accept that. We've talked numbers enough. I think here this evening we can move on.
Commissioner Kohler,
yes.
may I ask one follow-up question?
Absolutely.
To follow up on Commissioner Davis's question about that little open space at the corner near the roundabout, it looked like a fairly good size reduction in area. Can you give us an approximate comparison of the previous designated open space area and then what this one is? And then secondly to that, and I guess second part would be for the applicant, what is the city receiving in exchange for that reduction in open space?
Yeah, and Mr. Breckball, you might be able to answer that question between the size of those areas. Just looking at, kind of this map compared to, and the other thing is this is by planning area. So planning area 8 is this square, planning area 3 came over. So that's with the density of lots and the minimum lot size. That's why you have this density configuration, which left this area larger than what's being proposed in order to get the lots in and to get lots on number 8. So this graphically is showing bigger, but there wasn't anything in the specific plan that said this particular corner had to be a certain square footage. So it's that this was what the tentative map had left over after the lots and considering the boundaries between planning areas 3 and 8. And then it gets smaller with the map. So that's what's being proposed tonight. And I think maybe Mr. Breckball can expand on that a little bit and on the square footages and the intent.
Yeah, I don't have the actual square footage of the 2 open space areas on the new map. On the old map, it was roughly 2 acres, I think it was, shown on there. And so this, as Darren pointed out during the presentation, is to allow for more walking through the neighborhood and providing more open space, internal and external. And to fit the lots in, you can see the configuration of that internal lot would not be suitable for a residential unit. So we made it open space and combined it with the corner lot to allow for people to get in and out of the neighborhood more. So it was more a combination of maintaining the 61 units and to provide open space on both sides of the road. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers of that one area.
The tentative map shows that lot, that common area is 0.18 acres.
It was how much, Darren? 0.18?
I think it means 1.8.
Yeah, I think so, because the other map says 2.04.
Yeah, I think it should be 1.8.
1.8.
Yeah. The 0.18 would be significant.
Just A little follow-up on that. This was a kind of a key issue on the redesign of this subdivision. So this was presented to the DRC back in August of 2021. And at that point, that was the main question in front of DRC. So DRC did review that change to the corner and the reduction in the landscaped area, and they did recommend that that was consistent with a specific plan. So just for context, that has been discussed by the DRC.
All right, thank you.
I have just one quick follow-up on that. So we have the density unit count is in the table. The specific plan establishes a maximum or a target number that can't be exceeded. Is there a similar figure in there for open space? Is there an open space number that this plan allocates overall that at the end of the day we will achieve that even though we might have reductions or additions here and there?
I believe in this specific plan there is some illustratives and some tables that talk about the open space areas and who maintains them, those kind of things.
Okay, but I presume the interest would be at the end of the day, again, we pretty much have the amount of open space that was approved in the original specific plan. Is that correct?
We have open space areas. I don't know if these private landscape areas that are specific to a neighborhood are part of the larger, I mean, there's park areas, there's the whole Turtle Creek Park. There's a lot of different park components that are in a table that are part of the specific plan that say they have to be a certain size, but I don't think the end of these open space areas within the neighborhoods are part of it.
Okay, I know there's both public and private recreation that was identified.
Yeah, I think there's kind of two levels, like Darren was saying. So we don't have the whole specific plan, unfortunately, on the screen, but you can see 6 and 7, those are actually identified as open space features, and those are calculated in the areas. Then we have kind of common just landscape features, and there's like a basin across the street here. There was this corner feature, and there's just a variety of green spaces throughout the project that aren't specifically zoned or designated for open space use, and they aren't accounted for in the acreage of the specific plan. So changing 7, making 7 smaller would be a specific plan amendment because that's identified as a park space. But you can see this isn't actually zoned or designated as open space. It's more of a landscape feature, and that's why it's staff's interpretation that that's more flexible for adjustment.
Sure, thank you. Makes sense. Okay, any other questions of staff? If not, this is a public hearing. We would offer the opportunity to provide comment on this if you would so choose. Please step to the podium. Give us your name and address and your comment.
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. I once owned a house in Riverbank Park, or Riverbank Track, excuse me. And we had a private park, and that didn't work out so well. And it wasn't until the city took it over and named it Larry Moore Park and maintained it that it got really to look nice. My suggestion is the open space and the park proposed be designated as being part of the open to the public, but the landscaping and lighting district contribute to the maintenance of those areas. I also noticed that you've got some alleyways in this development for access to garages. As we learned recently, the city has no money to keep up alleyways. And so a lot of our alleys are going to pot. And while they may be private alleys, I don't know how you're going to get them maintained unless they too are included in a landscaping and lighting district, or it's included in their CCRs so that they can assess the private owners of the property for the maintenance of those alleyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guston. We'll get your reply in just a minute. Are there any other comments from those present this evening? Anybody online? No. Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing and Is there a response to the points that Mr. Guston just raised on the public versus private open spaces, and then specifically the alleys and private-public maintenance, so forth?
Yeah, that's a great question. So thank you, Mr. Kogler, David Athey, city engineer. So there's several mechanisms to maintain the facilities in the soul development. One, there's a master HOA and there'll be sub-HOAs. CCNRs for this project, establishing responsibilities for each individual piece of property. There's also a community facilities district for maintenance on this project. There's a community facilities district for bonding the improvements, paying for the improvements. In the DA that was negotiated and approved by council, it specifically lines out who's responsible for what maintenance on the project. And for instance, Niblick Road is shown. It's the one that's big, right below the thick line on top. The city's responsible for maintenance through that. It's through the CFD. The area roads you see here in planning areas 3 and 8, those will be maintained by the homeowners association. And that goes on for all like storm drains, storm drain inlets, basins, landscaping. It's all laid out meticulously in the development agreement maintained.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, discussion points. Any further points to discuss on this? Commissioner Jorgensen. Commissioner Davis.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Christensen. Oh, absolutely.
I had a question regarding the transfer of the lots from our town to this project. I think it was a surprise to many that it was a purchase, a proposed purchase or a purchase, and move to this project of that density. But nothing in our report or the resolution is hinging on that particular deal going through. So my question is, if for some reason that deal fell through and we approved this map with the 61 units, would it be that we've just effectively added 13 units to the Olson South Chandler specific plan unintentionally? So that's my question. And then the follow-up is, could we, if we move this forward, could we condition the approval based on receiving confirmation that that deal had in fact been completed? So.
Yeah, I think what we would do is when we have the final map, so there has to be a recorded final map, is prior to recording the map, we would need to verify that that sale, all of that information transferred over to the correct owner of this property as part of the final map and all the documentation that it requires for that.
So would that need to be added as a condition, or is that just an automatic?
We could certainly add it as a condition.
Okay. I assume Commissioner Neal will start structuring notes on that. Commissioner Christensen, any discussion points?
Thank you. Yes, I have a couple. I'm going to piggyback on that from Commissioner Neal. Joel mentioned the units that are there. I know earlier it was stated that there were 13 units on the density allocation table that were existing for that area, even though in the footnote it refers to maximum non-residential use is not to exceed. So there's some confusion with that in the commercial overlay area that I think it does bode well that we figure that out now rather than having later on this become an issue. And whether those units are confirmed to be purchased or not. So that is a little confusing to me. more importantly for me, I think one of the real issues I have is remembering back when we discussed this specific plan, one of my concerns was at the time, obviously traffic, and we all know that that's an issue throughout the city. And I was pleased to see that there was some attempt to have some type of neighborhood commercial in the neighborhood. And I still think that there's in my mind, a large demand for that in such a large populated area to have some availability for neighborhood commercial. Now with this proposal, and I'm not opposed to the applicant trying to make more density in that area at all. I fully understand that, and I fully understand the desire for that. So technically, if we looked at the overlay, without tapping into the commercial overlay area, they would be able to get an additional 4 units is what my count was. Maybe I miscounted that. But again, I really have to question whether this is a move that we should make, really basically supporting this commercial overlay going away. And by this decision, we will be making that decision. They would have to come back, as was stated, more than likely to the Planning Commission to add that back in if it were the case. I really feel that we're so far off from this being developed, and I still think that there's always going to be a demand for some type of neighborhood commercial. In the other specific plan, we felt the same way. And to me, driving more traffic down the road into town to get to commercial is something that I think if we have it in our mindset, we should try and avoid. So as much as I appreciate the full density they're trying to reach, I'm against the 13 units. I feel that we should try and keep that commercial overlay for a commercial, neighborhood commercial in the future, which I really, truly feel we're going to need. So that's all I have to say right now, and thank you.
Mr. Gibson.
Thank you. On page 33 and 34, it indicates, this is where I was picking up because I had a question when I was reading through this about who's going to be responsible for all this. And I appreciate David's comment about there's some sort of agreements or something that's happened before, but I was not on the Planning Commission when this came before the group. So I'm trying to come up to speed now, but it indicated that there's homeowner associations, and it stated that this would come, the condition is that it would come before the DRC prior to recording a final map for things such as fencing and wall plans. So I guess my question in recognition of the concern and what Commissioner Davis is bringing up, does the homeowner association have the right to do perimeter fencing, or is there any sort of restriction on what they would do? I'm just going to kind of put it all out, so give me some latitude here. And because they're private roads, do they have the right to block off those private roads? I mean, I'm just wondering how much latitude that a homeowner association has or responsibility they would have. I would say if I was on the homeowner association and we were responsible for that lot, I absolutely would be putting a perimeter fence in along that area and gating it off. I'm just wondering if that's allowable, or if somebody could kind of fill me in on that.
The specific plan has details within the guidelines of the types of fencing that can happen, whether it's interior privacy fencing or perimeter fencing or short walls. So when we get to the details of when they're submitting to go through the building department, we can take a look at the fencing plans, and we can make sure it's consistent with the types and make sense with the specific plan. For instance, if a fence was proposed that you couldn't see through at the corner and propose some kind of sight distance issues, we can control that. We can review that, and I think there's language in the specific plan that would prohibit that, but we'll be able to look at the fencing plans and get those addressed when they submit for their building permits and go through that process.
So in general, when you developing a project like this and they're private roads, how much both responsibility and ability does the homeowner association have for controlling those roads?
Yes, so on page 1 of the vesting tentative map, note 4, talks about the roads being private access. But there's also a public access and not exclusive public access easement over the top of it. So they won't be able to come in and just gate the road off or shut the road off or limit people from getting into development. So I wanted to answer that, and I apologize, Commissioner Gibson, would you repeat your question, because I have forgotten now.
I was just wondering, because in essence, this is, the whole project is indicated it's going to be controlled by an HOA, and the HOA has both responsibility for it, as well as part of, legal liability for it, kind of how that worked in terms of this, I mean, we've all seen there's some roads in this town that in essence are private and everybody drives on them, and there's some roads around here that are private, they're gated. So, and then it would tie in also with Commissioner Davis's question about, from a safety perspective, being able to put up a perimeter fence. I mean, if it's all private and it's controlled by a homeowner association, most homeowner associations have that ability. So I'm just curious, what are we looking at here?
Right. So fairness does come up in negotiations when we get these type of developments come in. So the roads that are like common access, Scott Street, Niblick Road, Lene Road, Meadowlark, the ones on the perimeter, I can't remember the name of them right now. The roads that will see a lot more city traffic, those usually are in the CFD, the Community Facilities District. That will be set up. The city will administer that and use that to pay for road maintenance and other maintenance projects. So anything where there's a shared type of responsibility or a large public access or a large public impact on that will be maintained by the city, and that's within the DA. Now, the local roads, like in planning areas 3 and 8, those are primarily going to see just local traffic, people who are going to their homes every night, coming out every day to go to work, and their visitors that go there. There's no it's not really set up for cut through traffic. It's, we're not going to see those kind of issues evolve in those areas. So the homeowners association documents, and the applicant can expound more on it. He's online tonight. We're going to check those when they come in to ensure that it requires the homeowners association to do that maintenance, and it has those maintenance schedules in there so that we can ensure that future homeowners that buy these lots will have their roads maintained to whatever standard that the homeowners association decides. However, it has to meet a minimum that we negotiate at when they first establish their HOA documents.
Okay, and then can you expound on also about perimeter fencing? Does the homeowner association have the ability to do that?
So I don't know if planners want to talk, but the answer that, but so the specific plan lays out exactly where the perimeter fences go within the project. The HOA is responsible for maintaining those. Those will not be city maintained fences, even along the right of ways, Niblick and Airport Road and the others.
Okay.
Overall, just, in concept, this whole plan is to be open to the public as well as the residents. So street gating's not permitted, and project fencing and closing exclusion isn't permitted. So there are provisions for fencing, and that fencing could be provided for, safety reasons and stuff, but you couldn't gate it off. It would still have to be open for public access.
Okay, but it is a possibility that corner could have something done.
So there is leeway within the specific plan to pick the appropriate fence out of the fencing palette, and as long as it didn't preclude public access and just enhance safety, that could definitely probably be approved through the DRC process.
And the timing for that would be when it comes before DRC, before final map?
If that's something the commission wanted to see reviewed or evaluated, you could definitely add a condition to at least review that at DRC.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So I'm just going to leave it that I have some concerns also, not in terms of combining 3 and 8. It would have been helpful to have known some of the information in advance, but I just was making sure that person who owned parcel 10 wasn't having a rude surprise down the road. But I have concerns about the commercial overlay for maybe slightly different reasons. I'm not entirely comfortable with at least the way it's been presented tonight. Thanks.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mike Nagara is on the line. I think he can provide us some additional information on the overlay, the transfer, those specific questions.
If I could defer Mr. Nagar for one moment, because I had a similar question, and if I ask that, maybe he can address both. Graphically, what I'm looking at on the screen for 8 looks like it is truly an overlay. You see the underlying color as the density, as residential. Upon whose authority is it to make that decision? Is it the developers to decide, do I want a commercial there, or do I want to maintain the residential that's underneath, or is it the city's discretion? That tracks with Commissioner Christensen's question. You know, can we say tonight, wait a minute, we think that needs to remain commercial?
So the specific plan outlines the option. The underlying zoning is residential. There's density in the table to accommodate lots on that area, but there's an overlay to allow an option for the neighborhood commercial. So the specific plan has that option for planning area 8. And that's what was already approved. So that's option is part of the specific plan. I understand the questions about, hey, if we approve these lots here and we build homes, is that how, if that overlay is still there, what happens to that ability to do commercial in the future if homes are there? I understand that question, but there's going to be homes there. There's going to be ownership there underneath. So I think that having the overlay and it staying there and not being able to develop something there without having a plan that's approved by the Planning Commission for consistency is the way that crosshatch staying there is handled for the future development.
So just to clarify a little bit more on that, it's the property owner or the applicant's discretion with whether they want to go with commercial or residential. It's not restrictive. That said, that overlay isn't changed by this development permit process or the map. It's still there, which is good in that it's still part of the plan. So we're not amending the specific plan. So the only way that goes away is you have to amend the specific plan. So it kind of sits there as an allocation for commercial, but if there's already a residential project, you're not going to build commercial there. But what I think is beneficial about that is it does provide the option in the future to relocate that somewhere else in the plan if there ever is a demand for commercial, and then we could go through the process of amending it. Because the big thing with commercial is kind of the CEQA clearance. So it's already cleared for that size of commercial within the project. So I think it makes sense to keep the overlay there basically as a placeholder for commercial. And then in the future, if there's demand, we could do a specific plan amendment, make findings that's still consistent with the original traffic analysis, and basically relocate it somewhere else kind of in this vicinity. So I think, potentially, we can address all the issues, with, what's before us.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Neal has a question.
Just to carry this to the extreme, with the commercial overlay on planning area 8, if somebody buys a house with that commercial overlay, can they turn their house into a convenience store?
No.
Okay, thank you.
They would have to get a new development plan approved. They would have to go through the whole entitlement process.
Commissioner Kogler?
Yes.
I would thank you for that clarification. I had exactly the same question. I think I'd just like to make sure that the applicant hears that there is a considerable interest from the Planning Commission about having a neighborhood commercial section block within the development at some point and at some place. And while we don't have authority at this point to require that overlay to be relocated, but there is concern that it really is a needed amenity for the development.
If I might,
yes, Mr.
one follow up on that, Warren. In the density allocation table, it refers to PA3 as 40 by 80s, and then it refers to PA8 as MDR. Are those one and the same? Or maybe Darren can answer that.
So what, Commissioner Christensen, what are we referring to?
So on that density table, see, it says PA3 is 40 by 80s. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I have an assumption of what I think it means. And then under PA8, it says MDR. Are those the two, are they the same? In other words, are the development standards the same?
Yeah, they will be with them combined. I think if they were developed separately,
Well, that's what I'm.
but 40 by 80s are the lot sizes anticipated for PA3.
So if
But
I was
it ends up being a medium density residential project.
So PA3 by itself as it sits would be considered as a medium density.
It is designated medium density residential.
So that's what the 40 by 80 means.
That's one of the lot sizes for medium density residential.
Okay, and then so PA8 as it sits by itself still has that same
medium density residential.
Okay, so that clarifies some confusion that I had. Okay, that was my follow-up question, so I apologize. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion points or questions by the commission?
More. Sorry.
Go for it.
I just want clarification because we've gone around this so many times. The overlay, as Warren had just said, basically will remain, although we know by proving this, in my opinion, we're moving this to the residential. Earlier, I might have misunderstood, but Mr. Nash said something to the effect that if somebody wanted to use a commercial overlay, once this map was approved, it would have to go back to the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
And I think that's correct. And I think that's what Mr. Frace indicated was no, you couldn't, an individual home could not want to do commercial without coming back through and amending the development plan.
And I think that's where the confusion is, at least for me, is if it's already zoned MDR, then we're not changing that, the commercial overlay. I guess I'm not understanding why it would have to come back for that unless it was just a separate development. And to hit Commissioner Neal's question, if something's built there, there's some confusion there for me because it really doesn't make sense that we would say there's a commercial overlay and then say, well, but it's still there, but yet we're approving a residential map. So I'm not sure, maybe I'm misunderstanding how that works, but I feel that there's definitely some confusion there because we're not moving this anywhere else. We don't have a plan to do that. So anyway, that was kind of my follow-up question.
So, and Mr. Chairman, yes. Mr. Nagar is on the line and would like to.
Okay, Mr. Nagar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. For a while, I could not hear on the phone and I was watching on the computer and there's a delay. So I may be redundant in questions you've already asked and answered. So please forgive me. A couple of thoughts. First of all, on the HOA, the road standards and the walls, all of that needs to conform to the design guidelines in the specific plan. And the CC&Rs, when we submit them for city review, have to reflect that as well. So can it be changed by the HOA in the future? The answer is no. The roads also have to be maintained. There'll be an HOA fee. The CC&Rs will reflect that. And there'll be a capital account to make sure those roads are maintained, as well as all the other area open space. As far as the pedestrian access by the roundabout, the reduction is negligible. Originally, we thought about just walling that in and making it part of the development, another open space for the development. However, if you notice on the map that depicts part of the roundabout, pedestrian access is very important throughout the development, and there is pedestrian crossings at the roundabout as well. And so in working with staff and also previously with the Design Review Committee, we thought it better to leave that open to just have the continuity of walkability. And I think it works out very well. That area is maintained by the HOA as well, but it certainly is open to the public. And again, interrupt me if there's any questions as I'm moving along through these things. Regarding PA8, it is really not large enough for viable commercial. And I'll tell you a little backstory here, is that property was owned by another family who owned the Our Town development. They, as part of participating in this specific plan, demanded certain things. The things that they demanded was to have this overlay. It was never ever our intention to want it or need it there, but it was part of their demand because they felt it would add value to them. We have that property in escrow for residential. We plan on actually, I hope to see you all soon in the next 2 to 3 weeks as we start the groundbreaking. And so from our point of view, it was never envisioned to be commercial there. It does not work. The access is not good. And frankly, for the development and the type of development that we're planning, I don't necessarily know that we want that almost smack in the middle of our development. I don't think there's a good adjacent land use compatibility in that regard. But having said that, maybe my engineer or Darren can point out an area where we do have a neighborhood commercial in that area, in which we call the farm stand. Can somebody perhaps point that out to the commission on the overhead? And again, I'm watching on the computer and there's a delay, but you can point out our commercial area called the farm stand. Am I still on?
Yeah, so Mike, we're pointing out planning area 6, which is designated as that farm stand use you're referring to.
Okay, thank you. And so I wanted to give the commission, one commissioner said that she wanted to draw to my attention the importance of the commission mentioning the importance of having neighborhood commercial. And we've already anticipated that, and there it is. We anticipate the farm stand to have many different types of uses, farmer's market, wine venue, things such as that nature, but definitely of a neighborhood commercial flair. And it is located exactly where we, as a developer of the Olson Chandler specific plan, wanted it to be, because it was planned to operate very well in that area. To move on, regarding the density transfer, there was talk about of a condition. When we made application, we turned in a signature by the owner of Planning Area 10, where the units were being transferred. And they've approved of that transfer. It was part of our escrow, and we own those units. We own that area. And so there's no need to condition it because it's ours. There's nothing that the previous owner is going to complain about. In fact, your staff was very judicious. The owner, for some reason or another, it's really not important to get into it, halted our processing of this whole project, of this whole development plan you're seeing right now, until escrow closed. So we were put on hold for quite some time. He could have signed the application and let us proceed, and we would have been in front of you 3, 4, 5 months ago. But he wanted to wait till escrow closed. So he is totally out of the process and does not need to be protected in any way. Regarding the overlay itself, I think that question was answered, but let me just say this, is in that when the residential gets built, the overlay de facto goes away. Nobody can come in and turn those houses in those areas into a commercial development. Number one, for several reasons, the city would have to approve it. There's all types of permits that would need to go along with it, what was being done. But more importantly, it wouldn't pass muster with the homeowners association that we're setting up for that area. In fact, you can condition the CC&Rs right now, in your approvals tonight, that the CCNRs will cover. Absolutely no commercial activity will occur in that area once the residential is built. So maybe that covers it as a form of a condition. I think I covered everything. If I sound a little anxious and moving quickly, it's only because I've kind of been yelling at my computer screen while all of you guys were talking, hoping to get my 2 cents in. But I'm here to answer any questions.
I think that clarifies things, Mr. Nagar, and I don't think we'll probably have any other questions for you. I think you covered it thoroughly. Thank you. Okay, back to the commission.
Thank you.
Back to the commission. Any further discussion points? Otherwise, somebody like to offer a motion?
I'd like to offer a motion.
Commissioner Neal.
I'd like to move approval of draft resolution A, approving vesting tentative map, tract map, vesting tentative tract map 3176 and PD 21-07, subject to site-specific conditions of approval, including confirmation of density transfer prior to final approval.
Do we have a motion? Is that motion referencing the
updated, amended? Yes.
Very good. Thank you. We have a motion on the amended resolution with the addition Mr. Neal added. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Commissioner Jorgensen. Any further discussion by the commission?
Would the motion maker be in?
Oh, I'm sorry. To encourage DRC to look at the safety issue in the common area adjacent to the roundabout.
Of course. Okay, we have a friendly addition to the motion that would address the private open space and the safety relationship to the roundabout. Any other questions, comments, additions? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. I'll ask staff to please call the vote.
Commissioner Neal.
Aye.
Commissioner Jorgensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen.
No.
Commissioner Gibson.
Aye.
Chairperson Kogler.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your patience sitting out there getting through this. And I'll ask your patience one more time. I think I've had requests from commissioners to maybe take about a 5-minute break so that we can be at our best when we come back to this next item. So let's say at 8:20 by the clock on the wall, we will reconvene here shortly. Thank you.
Wait, which one would you PA 13?
I did not. I make a motion.
Short-term rental hearing.
No, it's not.
No, I go for the. So everybody. Okay.
We weren't sure if we tried to pause anything, if it missed anything else. I think pausing it was okay to move if you just okay. Because otherwise you hear everybody on the side. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Switch. I do like those chairs. Yeah, I think mine would be the best.
Okay, this is the 1-minute warning. We're going to get the meeting back in 1 minute.
Like we grab Jared or no, it's not time.
We can get started with Adam. He may not be coming back.
I think he's outside kicking the
I know. I'm sure he is coming back.
Or he's
But
going to kick
You
him
guys
out
ready?
of his chair.
Ready? We're going to call the meeting back to order. If we could have quiet in the room, please, we will move on to the next item, which I assume you're all very much interested in. Our public hearing item number 3 is an amendment to the short-term rental ordinance 1082 The applicant is the City of Paso Robles. The amendment to Table 21.16.200 and Chapter 21.34 of the zoning code regulating short-term rentals in all districts. I would ask Mr. Frace to offer some comments that will provide a little background and framework for our participation in this. Those of you that carried over from last time around, if you remember, the Planning Commission had to draw straws to determine who would actually occupy the chairs. I'd like Mr. Frace to shed some light on what's changed and how we'll be doing that this evening.
Yes, so we want to start out by just reviewing Commissioner conflict of interest and the rules and thresholds for that. I think short-term rentals are just a unique issue in terms of conflict of interest in that they tend to be spread throughout a community. Typically, when something's within 500 feet of a commissioner's or a decision maker's property, there's a potential for a conflict, but there's some different calculations. So I'm going to walk through basically the direction from the city attorney, and then when we're done with this, then we can kind of review each individual commissioner's status in terms of moving forward with this. So conflict of interest is regulated by the California Fair Political Practices Commission, so they provide guidances to cities on this issue. Specifically for the city of Ventura, they did a lot of research and provided written guidance to Ventura that's now become kind of the de facto model for how all cities are treating this. So this has come out since the last time the Planning Commission reviewed this, so we did have to exclude certain commissioners. We actually had to draw straws to get to a quorum. That's not what we'll be doing tonight because of this new direction from the FPPC. So the issue we have is kind of a two-part test. So basically, what's been determined is that if the distribution of short-term rentals applies to more than 15% of the residential areas in the community, then there's just a public general exception where this is a general issue that affects all members of the community, including the commission. So we've done the first test to see if we had a distribution of more than 15% of short-term rentals throughout our residential areas. We've concluded that it's at least 52% of the residential parcels are either occupied or within close proximity to a short-term rental. So it's just a general issue throughout the community. So that basically then opens it up the potential that all the commissioners could continue to participate on this issue. The second part of the test is just the question of high concentration. So although there's a general exception available for all the commissioners, we also have to make sure that no individual commissioner had an unusually high concentration of short-term rentals within 500 feet of their property, which then could be a reason to exclude a commissioner. So this table here is the calculation. So first of all, here's the mapping that we did. So this is all done in our GIS mapping to calculate where everybody's houses were, where all the short-term rentals were, where the buffers were. So this is all based on a fairly elaborate geographical analysis process, which then gets us to this table. So the threshold that was established for Ventura was that the deputy mayor could still vote when 10% of all the short-term rentals were within 500 feet of the deputy mayor's property. So that's the threshold. So if you're below 10.4, then you don't have any special over-concentration issue. So here's the calculation for all the commissioners. The highest would be Christensen at 3.3. The lowest would be Gibson at 0. All of them are well below the 10.4. So based on this, all of the commissioners are entitled to participate unless they have their own special conflict of interest, which I think will now open it up to determine if there's any special conflicts of interest that anyone wants to declare.
Mr. Christensen.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Christensen here. I do have a conflict. I have an STR license or permit, and so I'm going to recuse myself at this time. So thank you.
Thank you. And as a private citizen, Commissioner Christensen does have the ability to come in and provide comment if he so chooses. Any other commissioners have any reasons for recusal other than has been stated? All right, we will proceed. And we have 5. We only had 4 last time we did this, so this is refreshing. Okay, we are moving in then to the discussion of the STR amendments that are before us. I would ask staff for a report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as you mentioned, this is a proposed amendment to our existing short-term rental ordinance. The Planning Commission will be holding this public hearing tonight and considering a recommendation of the City Council. Any changes to ordinances require council action. So the council has the final say on this, but the Planning Commission is required to review and make a recommendation because this is a change to our zoning ordinance. Start out just with a little review. So short-term rentals first became an issue back in 2015. At that time, the city started a process of public outreach. This picture up here at the top just shows the amount of public input that we received at the first meeting. Based on that, the City Council established the first short-term rental task force. They met 9 times. They recommended a ordinance to the Planning Commission and City Council. Ultimately, in 2017, the City Council decided not to adopt the ordinance. In 2019, the council decided to revisit the issue, reestablish a new number 2 short-term rental task force. That task force met 8 times and then recommended to both the Planning Commission and City Council a new ordinance. That ordinance was adopted by the City Council in 2019. One of the requirements was that that was reviewed annually, so it's been reviewed twice by the City Council in terms of just how it's operating in 2020 and 2021. At the 2021 meeting, the City Council did direct staff to start the process to extend the ordinance. The ordinance was adopted with what's called a sunset clause, which means it automatically expires within 3 years of its initial adoption date, which is would be this August. So this process here potentially would allow the ordinance to continue beyond that date if approved by Commission and Council. All right, so some of the highlights of the ordinance, we just talked about the sunset clause. There's 2 different types of short-term rentals that are regulated. One is the home share, where the owner permittee occupies the unit at the same time as the renter. And then we also have the non-hosted, which is more of the vacation model, vacation house model, where the permittee owner is not on the site when it's being rented by the tenant. We have a requirement in our R1, which are single-family zones, that short-term rentals must be separated by 100 feet. That's not a requirement in other zones. There are certain requirements for parking and occupancy limits in terms of how many people can occupy a short-term rental. There's also the establishment of a hotline where neighbors have the ability to report complaints, and there's requirements for the permittee to respond in a certain amount of time. We have the Uptown Town Center zone, which is the historic downtown core, which is outlined in black. All the zoning districts within this start with a T, so we call this the T zone. And in that zone, permits are transferable. In the residential zones, the other zones, they aren't transferable. So if properties change hands, they can't be, the permit can't be transferred to the new owner unless you're in the T zone. And then we have numeric caps on how many short-term rental non-hosted accommodations are allowed. That's maxed out at 325. That's not part of the ordinance. That's part of a companion resolution that was adopted by the City Council, so that's not being reviewed tonight. The City Council has directed that when and if the ordinance is extended, then the issue of the resolution and any permit caps and processes would be reviewed after the ordinance is refreshed. All right, so here are the numeric limits that are in the resolution we just talked about. So basically in the single family R1 zone, non-hosted, there's a maximum of 75 permits. All the other zones would have a maximum of 250 permits for a total of 325 non-hosted. The home shares, which once again is where the permittee's on site when it's being rented, there is no limit on the number of permits to be issued for that. All right, and then, so where are these zones? So the red Those are your R1 zones in town. The gray would be all your other zones, which is commercial and multifamily zones. And then the black outline here is the uptown specific plan area, which is where all the T zones are located. So here's just some current stats in terms of the number of permits that have been issued. There's your home shares, your non-hosted, the totals. Because we've exceeded the cap of 325 now, we do have a wait list both in the R1 and the other zones. Currently, there's 66 people on the wait list hoping to get a permit once one becomes available. So in terms of the non-hosted, just to kind of drill down on that, the original allocation by the City Council was a maximum of 75 non-hosted permits. However, the council also had a provision that anyone that had a business license in the R1 for short-term rental when this ordinance went into effect was, quote, grandfathered in. So we actually ended up issuing 125 permits in the R1. And that's now trended down to 108. It will have to get down below 75 before we'll be able to issue any new permits in the R1 zone. So at this current rate, it'll be many years before we potentially get down to the 75. So the citywide limit of 325 total non-hosted permits was hit in May, about a year ago in 2021. Since then, we've been putting people onto the wait list. And like I said, I think there's about 66 on the wait list right now. So the overall distribution of the short-term rentals basically shows the map. The biggest cluster is on the historic east or west side of town, the uptown, town center, and then kind of the hills here on the west. So here's some stats just in terms of kind of the distribution of the short-term rentals, but they are throughout the town. I think there was a question just about how the short-term rental distributions changed from when before the ordinance went into effect, when we were just issuing business licenses, to where they're distributed today. We continue in 2019 as well as today to see the biggest concentration on the west side. One of the issues that came up during our public workshop about a month ago was the issue of tracking home sales and transfers. So if you're outside the T zone and a property sells with a short-term rental permit, that permit basically expires. It can't be transferred. I think there was a question about how that was being actively tracked at this point. Right now, or for the first 2 years, staff was basically focused on getting all the permits issued and then trying to just get a system up to track what was being advertised on the internet. So we haven't had a proactive process for tracking transfers. All of these permits that were issued 3 years ago have to be renewed starting at the end of this calendar year. So as we go through the renewal processes, we'll be starting in about 6 months. We will be auditing all the ownership and making sure things are up to date. At the same time, we are also looking at a more proactive process to track transfers in the future. So we know that's an issue, and there is some work to be done on that issue moving forward. Transient occupancy tax. This is also known as the bed tax or hotel tax. That is the requirement that anytime a hotel room is rented, the city collects a tax. Basically, the city tax is 10%. There's some additional taxes that are collected for some marketing agencies. So right now, the percentage, so short-term rentals under the ordinance are required to pay the same TOT tax as motels, hotels, and RV parks. Based on that, the ordinance over the last 3 years, basically short-term rentals have accounted for about 14% of the city's total TOT collection last year, which was about $914,000 total. So that's just kind of what the stats are on TOT. We have a contract with a company called Host Compliance. They basically help to monitor compliance with this ordinance. So they have a computerized system that is constantly checking the internet to match up what's being advertised on the internet with permit licenses. It identifies where potentially we have properties being advertised that don't have licenses, and that helps. And then we have a system of enforcement that is then triggered by that. They also operate the hotline service. So where we have complaints about the operation of short-term rentals, they basically provide the phone service to identify those and then contact the permit holder to resolve those. One of the things to keep in mind, that is funded by the short-term rental permit fees. So as we go through the renewal process, we will need we'll be collecting new fees. A chunk of that fee goes to continually operating this contract with this permit system. We also take their data, and we've created what we call a dashboard that basically shows the distribution of permits that are being, or short-term rentals that are being advertised in the internet, whether they're in compliance or whether they're potentially out of compliance. So we provide this just for transparency purposes. It's on the city website, so the public and the commission and decision makers can kind of track what's going on. But we use this basically to send out enforcement letters and track non-compliance issues. And this is the short-term rental hotline number for anyone that wants that information. To date, we've received about 84 complaints on the hotlines. Most of those were for noise, and most of those were related to a small handful of properties. I think a question's been raised about how many additional complaints were made to the police department. Police department dispatch doesn't track calls by whether they're short-term rentals or not. They're not set up to track that, and that's not really what their business is at this point. So we don't have stats on that just because those haven't been tracked. All right, so that gets us on to why we're actually here tonight, which is to talk about proposed amendments. So in general, I think the overall feeling that staff has gotten about the operation of the ordinance over the last 3 years, and I think one of the general themes we heard in the workshop is that the ordinance is working fairly well. It's not perfect. I think all sides agree that, but based on all the issues it's trying to address, it's doing a good job. So basically, the approach that staff is recommending tonight is one of minor refinements. We don't think the ordinance is broken, but we do think definitely there's a couple little minor tweaks that might be worthy of consideration, and that's what's being recommended tonight. The Planning Commission, this is your recommendation to council, so you could definitely follow staff's recommendation. You could reduce the changes, increase the changes. You have discretion as you see fit. So the changes you'll see in the draft ordinance, which is shown strike through an underlined format, there's some typos that have been fixed. There's some code section references to other parts of the municipal code that have been corrected. We are recommending you consider changing the definition of home shares. Home share is where the permittee is on site with the renter. Right now, there's an exception that permittee owner can be away from the property for 30 calendar days per year. We do have a hunch that this may be something that could be exploited, especially as people can't get a permit because of the wait list. We are recommending you consider potentially reducing 30 days down to a lower number. We put in 10 days for discussion purposes, but you could pick a different number of days if you see fit. We're not making any changes to the transfer zones, but because it is such an important issue, we did want to clarify exactly the definition of the T-zone. So we've listed the T-zones by name in the ordinance. It doesn't change anything other than tries to make it more clear in terms of what zones you're allowed to transfer permits in. Neighborhood notification. So when we issue a new permit, the permittee is required to notify the neighbors within 50 feet. The problem with 50 feet is all the streets in downtown are 80 feet wide. So you don't actually have to notify anybody across the street. So we are recommending we bump it up to 100 feet, so at least the notification goes across the street. We mentioned that we had a number of noise complaints that have come through the hotline. Most of those appear to be related to swimming pool and hot tub use. So there is the recommendation that you consider some limitations on swimming pool and hot tub use as part of the Good Neighbor brochure to try to minimize the impact of those kind of pools and tubs. And then ADUs is a new thing that's come up since the ordinance was adopted. The state specifically prohibits ADUs from being used as short-term rentals. So we've added that as a clarification, just so that that's not a misunderstanding for people in the future. All right, so just to dive in, so the T zones, like I said, the uptown zone, so there's, the T zones are the TC1, TC2, those are the commercial zones like in the downtown. And then we have the T3N, T3F. These are residential zones, as well as the T4N, T4F, and T4NC. So those, I guess 7, those are the specific T zones where the transfers are allowed between property owners as properties transfer ownership. All right, so swimming pools. So we do have the Good Neighbor brochure. It basically outlines issues with noise, trash, animals, parking, occupancy, that sort of thing. So we do have the potential, if the commission wants to potentially do something to try to address the impact of swimming pools, would be to potentially restrict how many hours per day they could be used and what hours per day. So for discussion purposes, staff has put in restricting pools between the hours, or allowing pool use between the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So you couldn't use them after 10 p.m. And also to limit their use to 2 hours a day. So you can use the pool, you just can't have a 12-hour pool party. So potentially that's something you might want to talk about. If we were to adopt this, this would go into the Good Neighbor brochure, and then the permittee would be responsible for making sure that the tenants, the renters, followed that. All right, so those are the big changes. This is exempt from CEQA. We have findings in your resolution to memorialize that. Staff is recommending that we adopt draft resolution A, which then would recommend to City Council the changes as outlined. That'll conclude staff's report. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Frace. Just a quick clarification and question. The numerical caps, which were the subject of a lot of discussion in the public forums, and significant part of your presentation as well. Again, that is set by resolution by the City Council. When that comes around for consideration, is that a public hearing item?
It's not a required public hearing item because it is a council resolution. We believe we will do the same public information noticing that we've done, but technically it isn't a public hearing.
Okay, but there will be an emphasis that public comment will be welcomed.
Yeah, I think the council and everyone understands the need for the entire public to be involved in this discussion.
Okay, and the Planning Commission will not see that before the council, is that correct? That's directly to the council for their decision.
Yeah, there's no requirement for the Planning Commission to advise on that issue specifically.
Very good, thank you. Okay, staff presentation we've heard. Questions from commissioners to staff. Let's start, Mr. Neal. No questions this time. Mr. Gibson.
Thank you. Warren, could you educate me as to why the T-zones were kind of carved out with the exception for having the title transfer with owners as opposed to other areas? I mean, it makes sense to me like the commercial zones, but why would the residential T-zones be treated differently than any other residential zone in the town?
Yeah, it really goes back to the overall approval process. So the City Council, to get to adoption of Ordinance 1082 that adopted these rules and the resolution, I recall that there was at least 3 or 4 council meetings, and at every meeting there was negotiations and discussions, transferring whether it was going to be allowed, prohibited, or allowed in some zones was constantly kind of a football issue that kind of kept bouncing around. In the end, the final decision was that they would be limited to the uptown zone, which was the more intensive, more mixed use type zone. So I think the general thinking was that that area just made more sense for kind of making them more permanent, where they would stay on one property for an extended period of time. And that's ultimately how the ordinance was adopted.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Jorgensen, questions?
Yes, I have a number of questions. Let's start with the neighbor notification by the owners to the surrounding neighbors. The suggestion from staff is to increase that from 50 feet to 100 feet. The standard notification, I believe, for other items that come before the public, when it's required for the city to send out individual notifications, is 300 or 500 feet?
It's 300.
Okay. Then why was 100 feet selected instead of the pre-existing norm standard for other issues that's 300 feet?
Well, that was, I think, part of the review process. 50 feet was the number that was picked. We did know at the time that we had probably 300 to 400 business licenses that had to be converted, and we knew that every one of those was going to have to send out noticing. So I think there was a sensitivity at the short-term rental task force level about just the sheer number of notices that would have to be sent. So the number was pulled back, I believe, from 300 just based on we didn't want to just overpaper the whole world with notices, and we wanted it to be fairly specific. So I think that's where, the rationale for the smaller 50 feet, but we do believe at staff level that 50 is not broad enough.
Okay. Is there any kind of record of distribution from the owners? Do they have to show the city that they have made this distribution of information of the Good Neighbor brochure, the owner's phone numbers, et cetera?
Yeah, planning staff, and maybe Lori can explain it, kind of how that process works.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, everybody. This is Lori Wilson, Assistant Planner. So we do ask, and it is in the ordinance, that within 10 days of receiving their permit, they do have to notify neighbors, and they do have to provide staff with a copy of their letter that they've sent out, whether that be the template we provide or their own letter, and then mailing addresses as well. And then we do verify that we take a look at the mailing addresses, make sure that they've covered everybody within their radius, and include a copy of that in their permit file.
Okay. I wasn't aware there's a template. Can you tell us what's on that, Lori?
Sure. Yeah, there's a template that we've provided that probably have to bring it up here to refresh my memory, but it basically outlines similar items that are in the Good Neighbor brochure. So it'll tell your neighbor that, number one, you have a permit. It will indicate what your occupancy limits are, how many parking spaces you're required to have. It does, I believe, also have you indicate if there's a separate agent tied to the permit. So it's intended to give the person, let's see, we're bringing it up right now too, contact information, basically, if there's any sort of complaints on the property. So it indicates just kind of the general requirements for the owner's responsibility, how to handle complaints, how noise and special events are to be treated. So again, similar kind of information to the Good Neighbor brochure. And I think really the intent is that your neighbor knows who to contact if there's any questions. They know what you're permitted for. So hopefully they're contacting you and resolving it rather than, say the police department every time.
All right, thank you. How are new neighbors notified? It's kind of back to a house sells, it's within the X number of feet, whatever is the final determination, if that's to change tonight. How does that family know?
That's a good question. Currently, that's not something that the ordinance regulates as far as if the neighbor's house sell, having to re-notify them. I would hope that as in a good neighbor type of situation, you would want them to have your contact information and let them know who to call if there's any questions, but that's
many
not
of the owners don't even live here. They don't know if there's somebody new or not.
Right, yeah, that's not something we're following up on right now.
So that sounds like something that needs to be addressed. Okay, the Good Neighbor flyer, as Warren mentioned, based on whatever changes are made to the ordinance, it sounds like the city has an intention to revise that, which is great. How will that be distributed to neighbors?
So if we end up making changes to it, I think during the renewal process, we'll determine if there's certain properties maybe where it makes sense to redistribute. So I guess if we specifically made changes to, say, the pool regulation, we could potentially renotice where we had pools, with permits.
Okay. How does, you showed us the graph of the transient occupancy tax income. How does the city track if the STR owner is actually paying the tax?
So there's a requirement to be reporting to our finance department. So they are definitely paying attention to who's reporting income. They are tracking. At this point, they are considering actually hiring a firm to kind of do some metrics and audits on these. That hasn't been actually determined yet. But we do now have a decent enough track record that we can pretty much understand kind of what the trends are and be able to identify outliers that may need to be investigated for, just make sure they're in compliance.
Okay, good. Are there any, or if there were any permit holders who just aren't even using their permit and paying no tax because even if it's legitimately they're not renting it, what happens then when they come up for renewal, it's not renewed, or how is that handled, or is that not even an issue?
So your question was if they have a short-term rental permit, but they're not actively renting it?
Correct.
There's not a requirement that you have to actively rent it. So if they did choose to renew it when it expires, that would be fine. With the TOT, there's still a requirement to report even if it's zero. So part of our process when they renew the permit will be making sure that they have an active up-to-date business license, which includes an active, non-delinquent TOT account. So we'd be making sure that they're reporting zero each month on that, and that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little confused on the home share, 30 days versus potentially 10 days. In concept, that sounds good, makes a lot of sense. But is it 10 days while it's rented or 10 days out of 365? And how in the world would anybody know who's home and who's not home?
So it is, right now it's 30 days. So 30 days while it's being rented that the permittee doesn't have to be on site within a calendar year, and they're not consecutive days. So it could be, one day each weekend for 30 weekends potentially. Right now, there isn't a good monitoring. This would probably have to be dealt with on a complaint basis.
Okay. Excuse me just a minute, I'm skipping. I have a list. I have some questions on the hotline. I want to make sure I'm not covering things that you already addressed, Warren, in your presentation. Are you aware of how does the hotline track calls? For example, if there's multiple calls on the same property by different people or the same person at one night, are those counted as individual calls or grouped as an incident?
Those are counted individually. So every call that comes through the hotline is tracked individually, and we can go on and essentially see almost what looks like an Excel spreadsheet of each call, the time that it came in, a recording of it, what the issue was.
That's good. I unfortunately had an experience with the hotline and had to make 2 calls. First call resulted in no response, made a second call, got a different person who said there was no record of my first call on the computer screen she was looking at. So that's why I asked the question. It's of concern to me. I think that's the end of my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
I'm sure I'm going to have other questions along the way, but these are a couple of things that have come up at this point in time. In reading through this packet, I have some questions on enforcement. It sounds like there's 4 properties that have been, complained about. What kind of enforcement? Have we rescinded any licenses? Have we taken any enforcement action at this point in time?
So we haven't had any licenses rescinded. We have issued a couple of strikes on properties. The policy has been that if an agent or owner responds to a complaint that comes in within 30 minutes, like the ordinance requires, and they report back and as to how the problem was resolved, that wouldn't be considered a strike. It's essentially the system worked how it was supposed to work, and enforcement was taken care of by the owner or agent. But we have had a couple instances where calls came in, there was never any sort of response. We've documented that and issued a strike on the permit, and the ordinance allows up to 3 strikes in a year, and then that would be grounds for revoking it, but we haven't gotten to that point.
So a letter goes out from the city that you have 1 strike against you.
Correct.
2 strikes, whatever. And I realize the police department is very busy with crime. But is there any exploration of, I'm just concerned that maybe complaints are really under evaluated. Is there any way that we could gather more information on, I think a lot of people are inclined to call PD. They're upset. Is there any thought as to how we might interface with the police department, or are they just too busy to deal with other important things?
So I think one of the ideas with a hotline was to try to take some of the load off the 911 PD dispatch. That said, anybody's entitled to call PD, and they're encouraged to if they want. So the question is, tracking it from the dispatch center. They definitely could figure out how to do that. It would just require council direction. They don't have any direction to do that at this point. So that would require the council to basically, kind of provide that direction.
Yeah, without naming any names, I know of an incident where there was potentially a criminal situation. I don't believe anyone called the hotline. And I don't think the license owner wanted to make it terribly public. I'm just thinking there's some things we're missing, how we might do better at fully grasping any problems. I had the same question as Commissioner, as Roberta had about, can a person just sit on the permit and that's fine? Is, I guess, a placeholder in the neighborhood to not use it? What is the cost of the permit each time for renewal?
So I think, is it $750?
It's $550 for a non-hosted, and then $300 for a 1-bedroom home share. And correct, there's not a requirement that they utilize it.
But they could totally do that.
So they could just keep renewing it.
I'm sure we're going to be talking about, the T-zone, so I'll hold my questions on that. I do observe a real density issue on the west side, so I hope we have some discussion on ratios, et cetera. So I'll stop right there for now.
Commissioner Neal. Commissioner Gibbs.
No, I'm waiting to hear from the people that showed up that want to give some input, and I'm sure I'll have questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you. I have just a couple. The swimming pool provisions that are a part of this, and I certainly can understand that swimming pools and hot tubs are noise generation sources. I mean, they are in every neighborhood, regardless of who lives there, or visits there, whatever. Was it felt that the quiet hours provision was inadequate to address swimming pools? The need to put specific hours in, which really come close to quiet hours anyway. And then how do you enforce the use of a pool for 2 hours? It's an advisory standard, I realize, but how do you put any teeth in that whatsoever?
So I think, a lot of the complaints that we've received on pools, when we actually looked at it against the noise ordinance, although pools are really noisy during the day when you're using them, that's not a violation of the noise ordinance. So if we want to address the issue of pool noise intensity, it isn't through the noise ordinance. It's really going to have to be some sort of limitation on the quantity of use. So this isn't a perfect solution, but it would be one way to, I guess, ratchet down the quantity of use, because right now you can have a pool party basically all day long and be within the provisions of the noise ordinance. But if that happens at a regular basis, it can be very disturbing to the neighborhood. So this would be one way to potentially address that if it's something the commission thinks needs to be addressed.
Just to clarify, the current quiet hours, though, I assume would apply to pool activities just as they would any other noise generation after 10 p.m. from an STR.
Well, so the way the noise ordinance works, basically up to 7 p.m., those are daytime hours, and that's where noise can go up to 75 decibels, which is fairly loud. It steps down from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., and then after 10 p.m., it does drop down to about, the 40 to 50 decibel, which is fairly quiet. But it doesn't prohibit you from using a pool. It just implies that you need to be, quiet. I think that's the concern that we've heard, especially with hot tubs, is that they tend not to be that quiet. It's almost impossible for the police department in the middle of the night to determine if we have a noise ordinance violation. That's why we think just having some clear hours of uses would just simplify the whole question for everyone.
Okay, thank you. And I think I knew, but I think I had forgotten that you weren't required to actually use an STR as an STR. You simply can hold that license. There seems to be a bit of a fairness issue there to those people that are on a waiting list if somebody truly never intends to do that for some odd reason to preserve the ability in the future. So there's a little bit of an equity thing that's a frustration there for me. The issue of the Commissioner Jorgensen brought up about the brochure and updates to the brochure. It seems to me that everybody should be afforded a copy of that when it's updated rather than just the swimming pool owners or adjacencies, because we put pools in, if a neighbor just put one in, in the last couple of months, things change. And I think it'd be good if everybody had the appropriate information at their disposal. I realize they can obtain that online, but I actually keep a copy of it since I have an STR next door to me. And then the other thing I'm wondering is if we're coming up now, apparently from Mr. Fritz, what you said is the renewal of the permits, which is the conclusion of the 3-year period initially. At that time, will there be a re-notification to the adjacent neighbors within 100 feet or 300 feet or whatever standard might be to help capture some people that may have moved in and changed hands? It would seem to me that a letter going out from the STR owners to those adjacencies would be appropriate again every time a permit is renewed.
So I don't think there hasn't been a determination exactly what the procedures and requirements of the renewal process are going to be. I would imagine that the council review of the caps also includes the procedural and kind of administration of the ordinance. So that's probably an issue that should be reviewed when and if any changes are made to the resolution.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions of staff for the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Neal.
So if the commission were interested in asking about notification at renewal, would just be not part, we wouldn't add that to our draft resolution, we would just pass that on as an interest to the?
Yeah, I would recommend that. So I think we want a recommendation on the ordinance that's on the table. If the commission wanted to make any recommendation statement to the council, they're kind of outside of the ordinance, but you'd want them to be aware of, we could do that kind of as a separate recommendation that wasn't part of the formal recommendation on the ordinance.
Thank
you. Okay, any others? If not, I suspect those of you that have been so patient with us in this meeting tonight have some things that you would like to share with us, and we may have some people online as well who wish we do. I see a head shake there, so we will take some feedback from folks in the room, and then we'll go to those callers that have been waiting as well. And what I would encourage you to do is queue up. Do we have cards that we're using?
They're not required. We just use those to capture names. And we do have 4 callers on the line, so we'll probably want to mix those in periodically.
We'll take a few here, then we'll go to some callers in fairness of distribution. So,
and I have the property across the street there, and the ordinance does need to be changed. It's too restrictive, and it's not flexible enough with your caps for exceptions. So I definitely think you need to think about that. We have the 2 lots over there. We bought it in 1973 before I had kids. Either of us had children. And I'm in a kind of an industrial area. I have the police station and fire department next to us. We have the Chevelle Hotel next to us. We have the already approved Chevelle Hotel across from us. And catty corner from us, I don't even know how many hotel rooms are going to be there that have already been approved. I have a feeling there aren't caps on hotels, and I think that putting a cap is just too arbitrary. I really don't think there's anybody in this room who really doesn't think we should have a vacation rental because of our location and how we have to accommodate our time and what we do at the hotels around us. And for example, I'm on the short list. I've been on it since October, and I was 74, and I'm 75 now, still on the short list, and I think I'll be dead by the time I'm able to get it, and that's so ridiculous. I really think I should probably have it tomorrow. There's really no reason not to. One of the things I want to say is we have the infrastructure. We already have the parking. We already have the water. We already have everything. And yet all these hotels that are popping up everywhere, I'm not so sure they do with water and whatnot. So I just think there's a double standard when you, I just think there's a real double standard here where we have one set of rules for hotels and then we are, on the other hand, have a different set of rules. So I think you definitely should change that in the ordinance so it is more giving for people who are right downtown and have to live in that environment anyway. It's not like you can rent it anymore to one person downtown because they'll just, even though it says in the lease not to sublet, they do because of the location. So anyway, that's why I'm here today, and that's to, and when I asked the city manager, well, what can I do? He said, well, there's nothing you can do until the ordinance is changed. Until the ordinance is changed, it's still black and white. There's nothing in between. All right, thank you.
thank you. Kill this off.
Hi, my name is Tim Gillis. I live at 324 Blackburn Street. I'm here tonight because I don't not quite understand how you can have a vacation rental in an R1 zone neighborhood, because according to the city planning department, you cannot have a business in an R1 zone neighborhood. So if you have to have a license and it's an income producing property, therefore it's a business. So I have a hard time with that, since those of us who chose to live in a neighborhood like that, and now we're being, this is being forced on us, I feel, that all of a sudden the city says, oh, well, I think we'll have vacation rentals. It's a great revenue, and I can understand that. But what about the rights of the tax-paying people of the city? Don't they have rights? So why should we have to put up with vacation rentals in R1 zone neighborhood? That's the point. And then my other, which leads me to, then why are there zoning regulations when they're not observed by the city council? I have to, and the other points that I would like to make is there's if you look at a density map, the one with all the little blue dots on it, it's a mess there. It's like there was no rhyme or reason, and there is no there's total disregard for the people that live there, because the street next to where I live, there's 8 vacation rentals on it. A little cul-de-sac on the other side of that, there's 5. There's only like 10 lots on the street. So who created that? I don't think that's fair. Nowhere else, nowhere else. I'm a real estate appraiser by profession. Nowhere else in the county will you find something like that. So that's that also changes the personality of the city by putting vacation rentals everywhere, or there's so many of them now. Look at the percentage you showed earlier with, oh, it's my time, with Ventura as opposed to here. Ventura has a lot more population. Look at the density of vacation rentals there as opposed to here. I think it's way over the top. I think it should be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And you may have heard the timer, we allow 3 minutes of public input, and then you can get back in line and do it again if you have something else to add. So what I'd like to do is take the gentleman who's been patiently waiting, and then maybe we'll take a couple of the online call-in folks, and then we'll kind of go back and forth. So please, sir, introduce yourself and tell us what you think.
Good evening, and my name is Thomas Hardwick from 908 Walnut Drive in Paso Robles, way up on the east side where there's not so many vacation rentals, but there are some. And my question to you is, how can I determine if my next door neighbor is a hosted vacation rental or a non-hosted vacation rental? Because it would make a whole lot of difference on what's going on there if I could understand what, who's got what. Can I determine, can I make a call to the city or to the hotline to determine if a particular address is hosted or non-hosted? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to two of the online callers, if we could, please, and then we'll get to you, ma'am, in a minute.
Monty Jones, you're on the line.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for the time. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, and we've got 3 minutes for your comment, please.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, a couple quick points. The staff opening mentioned that from the 30-day to a 10-day home share change is based on a hunch. Love to see the evidence on how many people are abusing that rather than just a hunch. Also, the commission seems to be assuming the worst amongst the complaints and, how many are reported to the police versus the hotline. The better job would be to promote the hotline across the community rather than assume that the police are handling most of these calls. Swimming pool issue, I think it sounds a little asinine and arbitrary, to be honest. A 2-hour limit based on a handful of complaints on 4 units, as the staff report had mentioned. I think rather than punishing the bunch, take care of those 4 units besides setting rules like that. My greater point would be that there's been no discussion of the larger issue here, which would be property rights for people that own property in town you know, I'm not sure there's enough laws to address some of the issues that are concerning here, like the noise, the parking, and rather than, you know, address the core issues of the housing shortage, for example, in town, you know, I don't see limiting the number of Airbnbs or short-term rentals as the appropriate first step. I mean, we're not going to limit the number of long-term rentals owned by private equity or BlackRock, will we? I mean, I doubt it. Also, in the staff report, you know, I mentioned a handful of cities that have restrictions, you know, urban utopias such as San Francisco, Santa Barbara, Berkeley, Los Angeles. I'm not sure Paso should be following in the footsteps of those wonderful places. I'd actually urge the commission to sunset the entire provision here, the amendment, and let the free market go to work. I appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Do we have another one online, Marcy? Can you make that connection?
Elisa Becerra,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, go
my
ahead.
name is Elisa Becerra. Okay, my name is Elisa Becerra, and my address is P.O. Box 2668 in Paso. San Francisco is a city close to 1 million people, and they have roughly 300 vacation rentals in the whole city. Paso has close to 1,000 vacation rentals with a population of roughly 29,000. With all the numbers that you guys threw around tonight and changes in the ordinance that are going to happen, conflicts of interest that are all over the place, I have a few questions. I realize that a lot of money is being made by the vacation rentals. So my first question is, has anyone on this commission or on the council given any thought to the number of families directly impacted by vacation rentals? My second question is, with the school numbers dropping, no child care in town, housekeepers that are being shipped in from Avenel to clean hotels, has anyone made the connection between the vacation rentals and all these things happening? And my last question is, do you see the connection, or did you see the connection and just choose not to acknowledge it? And my last question is in regards to my first question, which is, Paso, if Paso chooses to research the number of families impacted, my family is one, and there's 5 in my family, and we're directly impacted emotionally, financially, and physically by short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, we will respond to all of these questions after we've collected the input this evening. Thank you for your time.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go back to the room here and take a couple more, and then we can go back again to the callers. Yes.
Hi, my name is Claire Detillo. I live at 1823 Union Road. And my only concern is the swimming pool and hot tub use for 2 hours per day. Please take into consideration that using a hot tub or a swimming pool isn't always a party. It's usually a family with children, and they are noisy. They could be playing baseball in the backyard for more than 2 hours per day, or jumping on a trampoline. Please take that into consideration. I think the 2-hour limit is overly restrictive. I think the noise ordinance covers the pool and hot tub use. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Gustin.
Dale Gustin, 945 Spring Street. Could you put up how we got there again? I came here in 79. There were no vacation rentals in that time. This is a lovely city. I love it, and I'm going to stay even though I don't like some of the changes. One of the changes is, if you look at the timeline, these complaints started about the vacation rentals long before they adopted an ordinance. And the first time that ordinance was presented, it said no R1 vacation rentals. They were prohibited. When it came up for the first reading, that's the way it read. There would be no vacation rentals allowed in R1. All of a sudden, it comes up for a second reading. Oh! And next thing you know, we got 325 grandfathered in, and only a limit of 75 was imposed on the R1. And we haven't got anywhere near that on the attrition rate. Money talks. The vacation rental lobby has destroyed the atmosphere in R1s I'm sorry. The TOT tax you put up there shows one of the reasons they decided to grandfather in all these. I hate this money controlling our city. It's got to stop. Thank you.
Sorry, I had one more question, and that is regarding the brochure that you show that would go out to the friends and neighbors of this vacation rental. I've never seen one come to my address. So are they distributed at the time the permit is issued? Are they meant to be given to the neighbors? You know, because I live within 25 feet of a house that is used as a vacation rental. I've never seen anything about that from that property. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth Burke. I live at 1527 Park Street, so downtown impacts me. I also have a short-term rental permit. I work for Paso Robles Vacation Rentals, so I'm wearing a lot of different hats, and they're all pro short-term rentals. But I'd also like to say that through the process of adopting the ordinance, I just even hate to say it, but I'm actually pro-ordinance as well. You all have given us good legs to stand on for enforcing standards. Once in a while, we throw you under the bus. Oh, the city made us, blah, de blah. But mostly it's that this is the expectation. This impacts neighborhoods. This is why it's important. And so I'm a big fan of what was put in place. We work at Paso Robles Vacation Rentals, we work very hard to be in compliance all the time. We have more staff than we used to because we're fielding hotline, or I'm checking to make sure something's quiet, or we're very focused. And one of the letters says, since most STR owners care nothing about the well-being and quality of life of neighborhood residents, they need to be motivated and required to do so. I can't speak for all STR owners, but I assure you, Paso Robles Vacation Rentals cares very much about the impact on the neighborhood. So in that light, I'd like to suggest that your time limit on use of pools and hot tubs is actually quite reasonable and gives us another enforcement tool. I'd like to also suggest that the maximum occupancy of 2 hours, it's not enforceable, it's not measurable, it's not knowable, it's not straightforward, and so you put us in the position, a catch-22, of wanting very much to comply and being put in a situation where it's difficult, if not next to impossible, to know how to make that happen. So I would really like to see that maximum of usage completely removed. The people who come and visit, they're not in the pool all day generally. They're wine tasting, they go to the fair, they're touring the area, they're out at the coast, they come home, and they may want to use that nice amenity of that home. I can't be there, you know, with my stopwatch to see how long they're actually in there. So that is the only of the recommendations that seems a little baby bathwater-ish to me, throwing out too much. That's it. We really appreciate what you all and the City Council and staff have done.
Jennifer Halls, you're on.
Yes, hi, this is Jennifer Hall, 59 Ridgeview Drive. And I just had a couple of comments. I guess my first question was around the complaints. And I heard we had, and I don't have my the details in front of me, but somewhere in the ballpark of 300 complaints, I think, and 69% of those were related to four properties. I guess I'm wondering what we can do about those 4 properties, because I don't think that's the environment we want to create for our neighbors or for our friends or for ourselves. So that would be my first question. My second question is really around, if I think about the remaining complaints, like how does that really compare to a typical complaint in the neighborhood or other short-term rentals? If it's really comes down to another 30 complaints over a year, is that really a lot? Is it a little? I just don't have a way to really judge. So I'm wondering if we have any just ways to judge if that's good or bad. As many other callers have commented, around the pool issue, I totally support limits on time, much as we go to hotels and have limits on when you can use the pool. I think that makes 100% sense. But just like Beth commented, I think it's really hard to mandate a certain number of hours in the pool. And I think the issue is really noise. So I would really encourage us to, first of all, I don't know if there were other options considered, and maybe there's a better option, but I think it's very hard to mandate 2 hours. I think it probably doesn't send the message that we want to send to somebody who's coming to Paso Robles in August, that they can only use the pool for 2 hours. And also, I just think it's really hard to manage. So I would certainly encourage, kind of continued conversation around that, or maybe just setting that aside for future and really just sticking with that time frame that would be kind of a more usual approach to managing noise around a pool. That's all I have. Thank you.
Amanda Hatt, you're on the line.
Hey, thank you. So first of all, thank you to the City Council and the city employees who are giving us so much great information tonight. I wanted to touch tonight just on the cost of running this program versus the revenue driven and generated for the city. So in listening to all these costs associated with this program, monitoring who's in compliance, responding to real-time complaints, checking business licenses, ensuring compliance on good neighbor notifications, and the list goes on and on. And it's a lot. And the more ordinances and rules we put in place, the more we put on the city to pay to regulate that. That said, I'm all for it. And if it makes our neighbors happier and it makes the community work and thrive, then we should absolutely be putting more regulations and more boundaries on what a good rental looks like. I think our city is better for the collaboration. But it does strike me that a good portion of the existing permits aren't being utilized. And I have to wonder why we would allow these people to hang on to these permits. They are not generating income for the city. And the only reason I can think of why they're keeping those permits after the first 3 years is that they know that they won the lottery and that the trade-off of paying $350 for a permit, even if they have to renew that permit, is worth it, because when they go to sell their property will be worth more. That just doesn't seem like that's the spirit of why we have this ordinance and these short-term rental regulations. And so the purpose of taxing short-term rentals, it's to generate income for the city. It's to pay for all the costs that I highlighted when I started talking. So if a short-term rental is doing nothing to generate income or use their business license for what they applied for to use that business license for, they're draining city resources. And I would just encourage the committee and the council to think about that, because that does not feel like the spirit of the ordinance or all the energy and effort that's going in to regulating this, very well thought out program. That's all. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, we'll come back to the room. Mr. Christensen, did you have a comment? I see you sitting back there. We'll keep it in order here.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Ty Christensen. I'm at 727 Oak Street. I am here on my personal behalf as a citizen of Paso Robles. Kind of to one of the points that the last caller was making, in my opinion, I do not believe that these should be transferable even in a T3 zone. And I think we've inadvertently, the city has created an arbitrary value. For example, if you're selling a home which is in a T3 zone, that's generally a personal property. I don't know of any other business in Paso Robles where you actually sell a business license along with a piece of property that makes it an arbitrary value. So we've created an arbitrary value when we talk about wanting to have more housing. I am pro STRs. I have a license. I am in a T3 zone. But I truly believe, my wife and I have discussed this many times, we both agree that if and when we want to sell our home, that should go back on the list, and people that have been waiting on the list that may very well be citizens of this city should have the ability to do what it was intended to do in the beginning. And again, I want to go back to the terminology. VRBO is used often instead of STR, and that very definition is vacation rental by owner. And the concept back in 1995 was really established so people can have the opportunity to go travel, maybe have someone else come stay short-term in their home, and they can reimburse themselves for some of that cost and what have you. I think that was a lot of the thought process behind it originally. Granted, it's grown into a cottage business. I have no problem with that, except that now we see that there's multiple ownerships, and this transferability, I think, has created a very arbitrary problem for housing and values in our town. That being said, I want to kind of go back to the survey because I think staff did a great job of trying to garner some information from property owners here. And if you'll note on your attachment 2, there was 88% of the people that joined in the survey were actually from Paso Robles, okay? And if you look, there were 12% outside. Now, nothing against the outside folks at all. That's not the point I'm making. But when you look at the other part of the survey that talks about short-term rental permits being transferable to new owners, 187 of those people, which was a greater amount than the 131, said, hey, we don't want to make them transferable. So I really think that, I hope that the commission really takes a look at that. T3 zone is also expanding on the west side, as we all know. There's a proposal for that, so that's going to shift that dynamic immensely. And so I'd really like them to take note of that. One last thing that I would like to reiterate in my personal view, I think we should be revisiting this in 3 to 5 years, whatever decided that amount is. I think the city is evolving and changing, and the number of permits allowed should be revisited. And I think we should want to revisit that. And I think that makes it a living ordinance, which I think we're going to run into other issues. And I think that this would be a good way to handle that. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another gentleman back there.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dan Hurdle. I'm a 20-year resident on 15th Street, and I have a hosted home share. I just wanted to thank staff for their work on this, and I want to thank you guys for taking the time to consider making it the best possible ordinance that it can be. I just had a handful of notes and comments. One of the things was that I thought maybe we could change the way that the notification is done, that there's actually a standardized template that staff issues. For my neighborhood, it was a little confusing because 12 of the, I live in a mixed use zone, it's pretty dense. 12 of the 16 homes are not lived in by the owner, and 2 of them are short-term rentals. So I didn't really know who to notify, or do I have to notify everybody? Do I have to notify the property owner and the person that lives there? So I suggested changing the terminology to resident rather than neighbor, because I consider my neighbors the owners. I usually call them if I've got a problem with one of their long-term tenants. The home share out-of-town requirement, I think you could fix that. You wouldn't have to have any number of days if you just required them to have an agent like you do for the non-hosted. So as long as there's somebody here locally that is acting as the agent for that home share, then there would be no requirement because there would be somebody to take action right away. The density, I just want to make a comment about the density on the west side. It's where I live. I've lived there for 20 years. In a way, it's a good thing because so many, that the short-term rentals are more dense down there because so many people that come here to stay, to drink wine, and they park their car on the property of that short-term rental, and then they walk downtown. So it eases the downtown parking situation. I know they do at my place. Probably 85% of the people don't use up a parking space downtown because they're parking at my place. Noise complaints and pools. Really, the enforcement is the key on this. Owners of Airbnbs have an incredible amount of power to will the guests to behave properly. I mean, if you tell the guests that it's going to reflect in their review, if you get written up for noise complaints, they're going to respect that. And so the key is enforcing the ordinance. So if they're misbehaving, if you have 4 short-term rentals that are misbehaving, you have to punish them. The owners will take care of those guests. I have one more comment, so I'll get back in line.
If you'd like, is it a quick one? You can summarize it.
Yes.
Yes, please do. We'll give you a little latitude here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The question is, how do we verify that home shares are actually home shares? And this is more to staff. There's a concern of my neighbors that I care very much about, that there may be out-of-town owners that purchase the property and say that they're acting as a home share, but they're actually doing a non-hosted. And what we all want with this is to make sure that our neighbors aren't suffering with bad actors in this. So I just wanted to check and see if there's some way that staff can implement or check on that to make sure that that's being done. Thank
Very
you.
good, thank you. Would anybody who hasn't spoken yet this evening like to address us before we start going through round 2s?
We also have 3 more callers.
I'll get to that in just a second. Then we will revert over to the call in, and then we'll come back in the room. And if there's anybody who hasn't spoken to us yet, would like to, see a couple hands, come up to the podium first, and Mr. Guston will slide back a little bit until we've accommodated that. Okay, back to call in.
Carolyn Dismuke.
Hi, this is Carolyn Dismuke. I want to thank you for your attention to these important issues. And I just have 3 questions about how the proposed will be enforced, because a lot of people have brought up this pool issue. And even if we had some sort of pool police where the whistle blows and, hey, everybody out of the pool, it's been 2 hours, then what's to stop the loud people from hanging out right next to the pool on the patio? And if that's as big a noise issue as the pool itself, shouldn't it be covered in a noise ordinance? And does it even matter if the pool is in a short-term rental or long-term tenants or residents? It should be for a quiet community and part of the brochure. My second question is, before the ordinance prevented a homestay host from going to work during the day while there was a guest at the house. And this caused many legitimate home shares to get a non-hosted permit so that they can go to work or walk down the street to get a pizza. Has this been lifted? I just want to clarify what the 10 days actually means. And then third question is, many people applied for permits or business licenses to inflate the stats artificially. Should the city revoke those that are not currently in use based on X number of months of not paying the very valuable TOT tax to make sure that our data is accurate? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Do we have another caller? We'll take one more.
Jeremiah Seacrest.
Yeah. Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for taking the call and the time. Owner on Hillcrest Drive, and very much in favor of a lot of the structure and ordinances that council is providing. So thank you very much for that. Really, my concern are really, I'm a licensed realtor and real estate professional, and the T-zone. And just a question in regards to that, or maybe a comment rather, is that it artificially and being able to transfer rental permits, I'm against that. And if somebody sells a property that permit should not be transferable to the next person, I think it artificially inflates the values of those homes in that zone and not giving locals the opportunity to maybe purchase or buy in that area because of rental revenue from the short-term rentals. So just really a comment or saying that I don't think any of the zones should be transferable in the sale of that. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll come back to the room now. Are there others? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jason Hartling on Sycamore Canyon Road. Couple quick comments about the limiting of the outdoor swimming pool. I am in favor of limiting the pool for noise ordinance reduction, but the limit to a certain time frame to me is just silly. Are you going to limit them playing bags to 2 hours or barbecuing outside for 2 hours or any other activity that is going to generate noise? I think it makes sense if you're going to limit to noise hours, that would be fine. As far as the change of definition of home ownership or home share to reduce, 10 days a year if it's consecutive, but now you're saying that if they're a home share, they can't take a vacation. I think that's kind of silly. Most people I know want to take a 2-week vacation at some point during the year or gone for a holiday. If they're saying 10 days at any point throughout a whole year and not consecutive days, it kind of limits people from ever leaving the house. I don't want a town full of people that are trapped in their own home. Don't think we should transfer the permits. If you get one, great, that's good for you, but you shouldn't profit from it on the sale of a house just because you have a permit. If you have a permit, that's something that you want to do. I'm not going to sell my business to somebody else and say that's your business now. That's your business, it's your house. If they want to sell the house, you can sell the house. The person next door doesn't get that extra $50,000 or $75,000 to the house value because they don't have the permit. That's all the comments I have. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Other commenters who haven't spoken to us? Would you, I think, ma'am, you in the back. Would you like to come forward and identify yourself, please?
Katrina Keats, 305 Hilltop. Thank you for some of the questions from the commissioners. I wrote in, and some of the questions I did ask you are addressing, and I do appreciate it. I did have to chuckle, though, when they referenced Ventura, 125 permits. I looked up their population, 104,231 people. We are 333 non-hosted permits with a population of a little over 30,000. They have a beach and limited permits. Fees, I think the permit fees need to be raised. I do follow this quite a bit on various cities and various sites. The first go around, the fees, the permit fees, that's what I'm talking about, were at a certain rate. Second go around, they're up, mainly from the time and effort managing, even from the city level. And actually $550 for a 3-year permit, generating thousands of dollars a month, very low. Second one would be, I would recommend to do away with the self-reporting if they are advertising on Airbnb, VRBO, contract with them so that you, the city, are generating the income that you should be getting. Hopefully people are, honest in what they are reporting, but you know how that goes. Second, the last thing is a little housekeeping thing. In the discussion 3 years ago, the permit number was supposed to be an advertised the advertisement of them. Today I did a perusal of large management companies in town, small management companies in town, Airbnb, VRBO. There were some that had permit numbers listed, most did not. So I think that's one area that needs to be addressed. And I've noticed other cities have a big circle, city of blah, blah, with the permit number. So when a person is looking at that listing, it's identifiable to them that it is a permitted unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to address this for the first time? Otherwise, Mr. Guston? Well, let me interrupt you for a minute, Dale. We have two people
sure. Okay.
call-ins who haven't spoken yet, so let's cover that one. Sorry, thank you.
Mitch Culver?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Thank you very much for all your hard work on this. I know that it's been a long and arduous effort, and it's really very much appreciated by us. I am Mitch Culver. It's 5060 Vineyard Drive. I am an owner of 2 units in the downtown T1 and T2 zoning. And I keep stating that the zoning for the downtown commercial area is exactly that. We're a commercial area. And in that, I do believe the McMillans are correct next to Hotel Cheval and in the T1 and T2 zonings that truthfully, I've always felt that having to have the permit is probably arduous for those areas. It should be an allowed use for T1 and T2 zonings because there are far more other businesses that can be done in those buildings and those properties that include things like bars, music joints, and that sort of thing that are a lot more aggressive and would create other issues. But for us in the T1 zoning, T2 zoning, commercial should be allowed, and it should be a transferable item for those uses. As far as the 30-day for the home share, I think that asking somebody to only have 10 days as a vacation is really very hard on them. I think that the 30 days has worked, and it's been a very good system that's been in place. As far as the swimming pool issue, I just don't see how you could do the 2-hour thing. It just doesn't work. I like the time frames that you guys have set forth as far as during the day hours, and I do agree with the comments. And with that, I hope you guys consider all of these things and come back with really, if it works, don't try to fix it. It's been working well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Culver. We have another one, Marcy?
Kirk McCogno, you're on the line.
Hi, my name is Kirk McCogno. I own a couple of vacation rentals in the downtown core T1 zone. I'm going to agree with what Mitch just said. I bought in a commercial zone 10 years ago, and I bought in that zone to run a business. And to be punished to not be able to transfer my permit to another business owner that wants to run a vacation rental business, I think would be not a fair playing field, I'll say. If I own a restaurant, if I own a bar downtown, if I own a tattoo parlor, I can sell that business to another business owner that wants to do business that I have going. And so I think that I just want to make sure that the Planning Commission, the City Council knows that if we're in the T1, T2 zones, we bought in commercial, and to keep our businesses valuable, we need to have the ability to transfer that permit. I think that the City Council, Planning Commission, everybody's done a great job. I think that the short-term rental ordinance has done its job so far. I don't think we need to tweak it that much. I don't want to get off in the weeds too much. I don't see how you guys are going to do a 2-hour pool policing. I don't think that works. I think just go with the noise ordinance in the city. I'm going to keep this as short as I can, and I'm going to bounce out now. But my main concern is that the Planning Commission, City Council knows that commercial businesses should be able to be operating across the board in a fair playing field. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude our, okay? We're back to the room. Mr. Guston, you may have the floor again.
This will be short, Dale Guston. My experience in analyzing where the problems are is not the home share people. The home share people are there enough to make sure that their property's kept up and so forth. So while I'm critical of it being an R1, I think the home share people probably ought to be exempt from being non-transferable. Well, I don't know if they should be non-exempt, but they should be looked at with a different light, because they do usually not have noisy tenants. They do not usually have people with a half a dozen cars parked in front of their house. That's the kind of problems we have with most vacation rentals. Too many cars parking, too much noise late in the night. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to address the commission? Yes.
Hi, everybody. Linda Colwell, 221 Hilltop Drive. I think somebody should clarify, home share, if I'm not mistaken, is supposed to be owner occupied. But to say they can't go on vacation is kind of crazy. All you do is block out that period of time you want to go on vacation and don't rent. Or in that case, or I think they're also allowed to put an agent on the property, let's say family or somebody else that could be there. So it's not to say that the people that have home shares can't go any place except 10 days out of the year. All they do is block that out. And we want to make sure that those home share people aren't abusing those, because there's 46% of out-of-town owners. I don't know if the city has a way to check that. I assume they do, but certainly none of those people would be able to have a home share permit. So I think that also ought to be included in the brochures that goes to the house and also to the notifications, the difference in that, so that people, unlike ourselves that have been to so many meetings, have a better understanding of what's going on with the rentals. Many people don't. So they really ought to know the difference in a home share. Somebody should be there, why they have to be there, opposed to non-hosted. So I just feel bad that people keep thinking they can't go anyplace. That I think is totally incorrect. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to offer a comment? Yep. Marcy, do we have any other callers? Still don't. Okay.
This is Kathy Benelli. I'm Paso Robles Vacation Rentals, and I do have my own personal vacation rentals. I just want to say that I think that all the proposed amendments are reasonable, and notifying neighbors to a bigger distance, that's not a big deal. That's just a matter of putting an extra postcard or whatever. Where you do have a problem with that is, whether it's every year, every 3 years, the next door neighbor could be an out-of-town owner, and it could be a rental property, and they could be renting it to somebody for 3 months, and then you have another person that's got a 6-month or a year lease. And that information that it's a vacation rental doesn't necessarily transfer, that postcard is going to be given to the next person. That notification, you can only do as much as you can do. But the distance, that's not a problem. The clarifying that ADUs, that's a state law that won't be used as short-term rentals. I think any clarification in this ordinance is great to make sure that people interpret it the right way. The only one I have a problem with, and I hate to be wasting your time because I've heard a lot of people mention it, is there's just no way to limit a 2-hour swimming pool use, you know? If you have 4 people in a house, one person's in it for 2 hours, and then the other 2 people come home and say, well, it's my turn. It's like, sorry, we used it up. I mean, it's not always a party. And if you live in a house, you have friends and people that live in a town and in a neighborhood that you invite over. When you're coming from out of an area and you're coming and staying in a vacation rental with a maximum occupancy, that is the maximum you're going to have in the pool. So using the word pool party, I think it's not inflammatory, but it's just, you know, it just kind of creates an image that's probably bigger than the reality. So anyway, thank you for the hard work. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes forward. And in regards to the attrition, because I know we're not talking about the number of permits at this moment, but I'm just going to say it. It shows as it's gone down, if it's not transferable, and I'm not talking about the T zones, but if it's not transferable in the R1 zones, you see that the real estate transactions are happening. People come and people go, and those permits are disappearing, and it's bringing the number down. So we've actually improved the situation with vacation rentals in the last couple of years with this permitting process. So I appreciate the efforts.
Thank you. Still nobody online calling in? Okay. Anybody else? This is like an auction. It's going to be once, twice, and the gavel's going to hit. So before it hits, anybody else like to address us? If not, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. What we typically do by practice is, with the able assistance of Mr. Frace and other staff, talk about some of the main questions that came up. We had some common themes. Certainly the pool was a big one. We had some common themes around caps and things that I think people readily admitted is not really the subject of tonight, but there were a number of other topics addressed. Would you like to do as you normally do so masterfully and provide some commentary on those?
Yeah, so we'll just start kind of going through the general comments that staff recorded. So I think one that came up a couple times was the issue of permits in the commercial zones in the downtown, which would be those TC1, TC2 zones, and whether there should be special rules for the number of permits in those 2 zones, and the transferability might be different. I think that is an issue that would be part of the review of the resolution. So it's not what's, you know, before the commission for discussion tonight, but I think we all acknowledge it is an issue that's ripe for additional review, and that would be definitely something that would be within the review authority of the council when they review the overall resolution. Yeah, I think there was just some general comments about why our short-term rentals, which are businesses allowed in the R1 zone to begin with. That was one of the purposes of the adoption of the short-term rental ordinance 3 years ago, was for the council to weigh in on whether this was a permitted use in the R1 zone or not. That's a policy question. That is within the authority of the council to set that. They could have prohibited it. They could have allowed it. They determined to allow 75 of them. So that's within the council's rights to set that rule, and that's what they did at this point. Number of questions, I think, about, you know, how we would determine, or the public would be able to know what's a hosted versus non-hosted. We do have some mapping that does show that difference. I think that's part of the staff report. We can definitely make sure that's more readily available on the website. It's possible that the council would want to consider additional disclosure rules as well. So I think that's an issue that, you know, we can continue to review. That overall issue of reducing the exception for home shares from 20 or 30 days being on site to 10 days. I think that's just, you know, a discretionary thing that the commission could determine they want to recommend a reduction or not. There's, you know, obviously a number of different kind of considerations with that. So that's just kind of a preference, fully within the commission's discretion to recommend whatever you see fit there. Pool restrictions, obviously that's a tricky issue. Staff recommended something just so that we had something for discussion purposes. We fully agree it's a tricky issue. Trying to enforce any like numeric, 1-2 hour limit would be really hard to do, but it would be easier than trying to enforce a noise restriction. That's within the commission's discretion whether you want to recommend any changes regarding pools or not. No matter what we do with pools, it's going to be a tricky enforcement issue. Let's see. I think in terms of complaints, hotlines, how we track them, all those sorts of things, I think that's going to be continual process of refinement that staff and the city council and the police department will continue to work on. So I do expect that as we go through the council process, we'll get further direction on really what complaints to focus on, notification issues to the neighbors, how we notify, distribution of the good neighbor brochure. I think those are all issues that we will be looking for council for a little bit additional guidance in terms of how much more of any of those issues that we'll need to do. A lot of questions about the transfer issue. Staff's not recommending any changes to the transfer policy at this point. So right now, permits are transferable in the T-zone. They aren't outside the T-zone. Staff is recommending status quo with that issue. Commission, that is an issue you just have discretion on if you want to recommend something slightly different on that. The issue of revoking non-used permits, there is no requirements to rent a short-term rental if you have a permit, but that is something that I think under the resolution, the council could definitely consider making changes there, but we don't believe that's really within what the commission's reviewing tonight. I think that was the main ones I got. If there's any additional questions that the commission wanted us to respond to, we'd be happy to do that.
There were obviously a number of comments embodied in the information that was shared, as well as some things such as raising fees that are the subject of another discussion beyond this evening with the city council. I think you covered the major items that I had noted. Did anybody on the commission pick up on anything else? Comments? Okay, we will turn that back to the commission now for discussion. Having gone through this 3 years ago gives me a little bit of background, and some of my peers remember this as well, that one of the things we did when we had a lot of issues kind of moving around is define those which we thought we needed to discuss tonight. And so I would encourage we go through a round of discussion points, keep in mind things like pool hours that we've heard. Let's get a list of the things that we need to come back and subsequently address so that we can be fairly efficient to not be here by tomorrow. So I would suggest we follow that course, and I would start with Commissioner Neal.
Yeah, I think I would like to address the pool use as an item for later. I do have a question on page 111. It's 21.34.010E4, and it's the permittee shall require renters to utilize the designated on-site parking spaces to the maximum extent feasible. I'm trying to figure out what maximum extent feasible means, and if that just allows somebody to say, well, it wasn't feasible, and so they can park on the street and park down the hill, and they're not using the on-site park. So is there a definition of maximum extent feasible?
There's not a specific definition, but so there's not a limit on how many cars necessarily can come to a site. So the idea would be that you need to park on site before you start parking on the street or down the street or that sort of thing. So I think that would be the standard interpretation of that requirement.
So following up, so the short-term rental parking and occupancy limits, that doesn't limit the number of cars. It just requires the number of parking. So you could have 16 cars on a 4-bedroom house.
Well, yeah, there isn't a way that we can limit how many cars show up to a site. Now, we expect that based on the occupancy limits, that the minimum amount of parking should generally address the issue, but it won't always because we can't limit how many cars actually show up.
Okay. That's it for me. I think we'll address the rest of them as a group.
All right, very good. Mr. Gibson.
I agree that the ADU issue is state law, so I don't really think I don't need to discuss that. I'm in agreement with the 100-foot notification, so I have no interest in discussing that. I would like to discuss the issue of the home share change from 30 days to 10. I'm hearing and reading that the transferability of the T-zone is probably the hottest issue that I've heard or I'm aware of. So I would like to have a conversation on that. I would like to have a conversation also about the swimming pool. I have no issue with A. I do have questions on B. So those would be the topics I'd like to have a conversation.
Okay. Good, thank you, Commissioner. Excuse me. Commissioner Davis.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to have discussion of pool use, transferability, and the home share. I agree that ADUs is state law, but maybe there could be some clarification. But those are the key three things: pool use, transferability, home share that I'd like to address.
Okay, Mr. Jorgensen.
I'd like to address the notification process. The hotline effectiveness, the 3-year, the lack of a sunset provision, the pool issue, transferability, and home share. Home share.
I'm just going to the record. I would like to talk about the notification.
Okay, that's fine. It's on the list. And that covers the items that I had as well. So now maybe we can go back to a discussion and focus maybe on these in some sequence, maybe starting with pool use, since that came up. Anybody have specific thoughts? We heard 2 things expressed, and I think there was public commentary that the hours was reasonable and a good approach potentially, but the limitation of 2 hours was problematic.
So since I have my light on, I'll just go ahead and start.
Go for it.
I think I have to agree that I found that a little difficult to think about how that would be actually enforced. I do like 16A, which limits the pool, and it's on page 113, limits the pool and hot tub uses to particular hours. I think that is an enforceable or significantly more enforceable than the other. And I personally would like to see 16B struck. So that's it for me on that item.
What he said.
Okay.
Agree.
Seem to be on a roll, so maybe I'll jump in on that one. I don't actually see a reason why we wouldn't, it's a public notice, why we would limit it to 100 feet if we public notice something greater than 100 feet for meetings or just for information. I think I'd like to see it to equal what is the standard on public notices. So that is my position.
So in regards to the notification, I agree that 50 feet doesn't work and 100 feet would be more appropriate, but I'm taking a little different tact on this. I'd written down the idea that we only do notification once, which is not reasonable at all. There's a turnover, both residents and owners of property. And somehow, I think that there has to be more often, more than once, notification. So if that's at the time of renewal, then that would seem appropriate because we're only doing it every 3 years. And then I noted the point that some of the speakers made about who, and that should be the residents and the property owners. And I would think the city would have that information based on utility bills, so that at least every 3 years, there would be some sort of renewal notification. And the other noted, I noted through a lot of the exhibits and letters, as well as what people have said, that I'm hearing too often that people are saying that, yeah, but I live right next door and I never got a notice. So I would think that as part of that, especially I think it's timing, because we have 6 months to figure this out as these come up, is that, I'm not opposed to somebody having sending a certified or registered, whatever it is, the letter to the 3 or 4 people, and then turning that in. That way we have evidence that they actually mailed them or notified the neighbors. So I just think that the notification needs to be more than just once and then never again. And we need to have evidence that they actually notified somebody, not just take them at their word.
Okay. Others commenting on the 100-foot notice distance?
I would say at least the 100 foot. I don't know what you were thinking when you said standard notification citywide. 300. Yes. I would be fine with 300 actually for that. I like your idea of more frequent renewals. I don't really know if that should be every 3 years, but having staff more frequently pose a renewal letter or the rules for renewal notifications. So I'm in favor of 300 more frequent notifications.
I also am in favor of the 300. I would like to see an annual notification requirement. I think 3 years is way too long. Things change quickly. And it's not that it changes quickly only with neighbors. I've been told, not by the owners, that a vacation rental within my notification area has a different manager. I've been told that by other neighbors, not by the owners. So I think annual would keep things up to date. I concur that if some kind of I don't know if it's certified, I don't know what all the categories are for the Postal Service, but some kind of a receipt of delivery should be given to the city. I really don't think that's a whole lot to ask. These seem like minimal requirements for owners of vacation rentals. And I'd also like to see the city create a fill-in-the-blank form of the information to be provided, not even a template. Who owns it? What's their phone number? What's their address? Who's the manager? So there's just no confusion about the information provided. And verification, back to the verification, it's critical. I have 2 vacation rentals within the 50-foot notification area. I've never received anything on one of them, ever, in the almost 3 years. So the city needs to be able to verify what's happened and what hasn't happened.
Okay. And I concur with, I personally would stand with a 300-foot distance too, because it's standardized for other things in the city. As I open my comments, I'm certainly an advocate too of more frequent notice. I don't know if annually is doable or necessary. Certainly 3-year point. I know from the things that I do have to send out and get a return receipt, it's fairly cumbersome and fairly expensive, and I can't imagine that happening on every property. But I do think notification needs to be beefed up, and I do think 300 feet is a reasonable distance. If anybody else wants to comment on those points, otherwise we'll hold that till we get to a motion point, and then we can discuss it. Mr. Neal.
As I understood it, we do have purview over the distance. We don't necessarily have purview over the notification. Is that correct? Mr. Priest? So the distance.
Yeah, the distance is in the ordinance. The rest is procedural. That would be
and so we
within.
would need to do that outside of the approval of the ordinance?
Yeah, I think
Or
some
the
of these other,
recommendation
procedural things would probably be the side recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, we'll
Thank
have
you.
a procedural list item as well. Okay, so is there a head nod to 300 feet versus 100 feet? Okay, good. I like nodding heads. The home share change from 30 days to 10.
Just keep it going. I'm in favor of that change.
I'm not in favor of that change for a lot of the reasons that people stated. You know, at the first, before I came here tonight, I thought, you know, if you go on a 2-week vacation, that pretty much takes that out. I'm gone far more than 10 days, and I don't go anywhere, it seems like. So just 10 days just seemed really onerous. And I get that you could just say, well, don't rent it then, right? But that's not the point. And as was said, the acronym of VRBO, it's like, yeah, the whole point is that it helps pay for your vacation. So I just think 10 days is a little bit onerous.
Okay.
I didn't understand it.
Sherry.
I'm sorry. I would be fine keeping it at 30. I think I was listening to Linda Polo. You just don't rent during the first period of time. So I'm fine keeping it at 30 if that's where I'm coming from. I don't want to go to 10.
All right, and I think you kind of alluded in the beginning of our discussion, you alluded to concerns about out-of-towners claiming to be home share, but maybe it's their second home, but they're not really there very often. Did I understand that accurately?
We're getting lots of questions about the interpretation of this rule from people that are on the wait list or from people that are opening under the home share permit. So we suspect that some of them are trying to figure out how to operate a non-hosted under the home share. It's just the trend is toward more and more really specific inquiries, trying to explore, exactly how this is interpreted and enforced.
So it sounds like there's concern about an issue. So I'm in favor of the 10. I'm also in favor of better wording that's much more specific, and possibly as one of the recommendations to consider that before a home share permit is issued, that evidence of primary residency has to be provided. And I don't, driver's license, tax return, whatever the case may be, so that a second home, say, well, sure, I'm the owner. It's my second home. That doesn't work for the intent.
And for me, I guess I don't think the 10 is totally unreasonable. I'm not sure that it has to be quite that low, but I would certainly concur with the group if that's the general feeling. Partially in response that from what you've indicated, Warren, there are some people looking around the edges of this. And the purpose of home share is that the owner of the property is there most of the time. Otherwise, it falls into the other category. So I don't have a great deal of problem with taking that number and moving it down to 10 if that's. Okay, so we'll come back, address that maybe in motion form or something if we get to that point. Transfer and T-zones came up. So if you want to keep going, Commissioner Neal, we'll start on your end, and the wave will come this direction.
I guess, is that within our purview of the ordinance?
Yes, but staff's not recommending a change.
All right. Yeah, I am not recommending a change on that item at this time.
Okay, Mr. Gibbs.
Yeah, I was listening to the commentary on this, and I think, and I'd actually written down distinguishing between residential and commercial within the T-zone, which is why I'd asked for some question up front as to, how this ever came about in the first place, because it seems like that kind of the special zone and then everyone else in the town. I would absolutely be in favor of making the the commercial zones, which my understanding is TC1, TC2 transferable, because what resonated with me is having a business in a business zone and that being transferable. But for the life of me, I don't know why, I think it was Ty maybe that actually said it, a couple people said it, that a commodity has been created, an artificial commodity has been created by this transferability. And that there's something wrong with that, because we gave somebody a boon and everyone else that doesn't have it can't get it because they're on a wait list, can't get in or play the game even. And I'm going, there's something seriously wrong with that. I think it's created a backlog, the wait list. It's created a lot of problems in the residential zone. So I absolutely think that there needs to be a revisit and the removal of transferability outside of the commercial zones.
Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my sore hand here. Definitely wouldn't want transferability in the R1s, and that's not what we're asking for that. I am okay with the TC1, TC2 because I have the business sense, but that's as far as I would like to go with transfer of the license. TC1, TC2.
I agree with that. TC1 and TC2 only, definitely not the others, and especially as the city's considering expanding some of those other neighborhoods up into the west side residential. That's not okay.
Have my mic on. I'm looking at Sherry's green light and mine is red. I don't think I need to repeat all that other than to say that TC1 and TC2 only for transfer, I think makes sense.
So there was also discussion of not having a limit in TC1 and TC2, and that's what I was mostly responding to. But that is also what was raised, and if that, I don't think that's within our purview this evening.
Yeah, that would be the permit cap resolution.
It would be a permit cap resolution. So,
just to expound a little bit on that, I noted, our town is growing, and based on the projections and the slides, and even just the last meeting that Warren, I asked you to share those slides with us, just because I could show this to a few people that don't believe the town is supposed to grow. But as the town grows, and we're at 32,000, we're going to grow to 44,000, I don't understand this fixed cap. So if we're going to do it, it seems like they need to come up with another formula, but I understand that that's not what we're talking about tonight.
Okay. And again, we'll come back and address all of these, and hopefully we get to a motion form shortly. Let's see. We talked about the notification process, but I think there was reference to the hotline effectiveness that Mr. Jorgensen raised. Do you want to just elaborate on that a bit?
Yes. And this is probably all going to wind up in the category of recommendation, but I think it needs to come out anyway. And it would tie into asking the city council, or recommending to the city council to consider having the police track short-term rental calls to get a real understanding of what the complaint structure is. And if you'll indulge me, I just have a personal experience that I think needs to be conveyed. About a year ago, maybe a little more, there was a significant incident going on across the street from me in a licensed short-term rental. It's extremely large with 5 bedrooms. And clearly this was not just a good time going on. There were strange things happening. So we called the hotline, I don't know, 11 o'clock, something like that. Nothing happened. Over an hour later, we called the hotline again. And as I'd mentioned earlier in the meeting, the second person I spoke to had no record on her computer I'd ever even called, didn't know anything about it. But she said they would call the manager. Well, the manager turned her phone off, and so nothing happened. So finally at 2:30, we called the police, because this was escalating to the point where, you know, it was definitely a police matter at that point. And very interestingly, the dispatcher who answered, the police dispatcher, said, in the future, don't bother with that hotline, just call us. So I don't get the hotline. Neither of the people who I spoke to seemed to have a clue what their job was. So I just have serious concerns about the hotline, its effectiveness, the training of their staff. And the police were fine with us calling them. They came right out, and boy, did things quiet down immediately, and everybody cleared out at 6 the next morning. So there were definitely things going on they didn't want the police to know about. So, like I say, I guess that probably goes into recommendations, but I think there's issues there. And I think we need to know what kind of complaints are being made to the police. Probably mostly by people who don't really know there is a hotline, because I don't think it's communicated well enough.
All right. And then the other issue, and it's the last one that I have, and you may have more to add, was the sunset clause, which was removed from the ordinance in the draft, and whether or not we should reinstate that. Anybody want to comment on that? Otherwise, I will take Joel.
Oh,
Let's
go
the
ahead,
other
Joel.
way.
Joel, you're supposed to be the starter. You go. You were hesitating.
It will be fine. I am okay with the removal of the sunset clause as suggested.
Commissioner Gibson.
I am as well. If for some reason the city council, whoever is on the city council at that time, they want to remove the ordinance entirely, they have the power to do it at any given meeting notice. So I don't see the point of having a sunset clause. And people on both sides seem like they liked it. I mean, because they said kind of bumpers, you know, like playing, you know, bowling with bumpers. It's hard. Just kind of set some rules and some expectations. So I like having the ordinance.
Commissioner Davis.
You know, thank you. Thank you. I've heard a lot of comments from people that our ordinance is working quite well. I think we want to make it better along the way, but I think we should continue to do it. We should. I don't know what that time frame is. I think that's years, but I think there should be continued review to make it as good as it can be.
Right.
I agree with Commissioner Davis.
And I would as well. So if we take that approach, I presume we would not say that the sunset provision needs to be added back in, but on that kind of advisory list of things, that the council continue with an annual review of the short-term rental ordinance. Is that fair? Because that's what has been happening in the last 3 years, correct?
Yeah, that's their procedures to annually review it. I think the question is, should the sunset date be reset to a new date or not, which is in the ordinance. The renewal or the annual review is part of the resolution.
Oh, it's part of that resolution. So they're inseparable.
Well, they're just two separate issues. So I think specifically the automatic expiration date, right now the recommendation is to eliminate it all together. It sounds like there's a discussion about potentially creating a new sunset date. So we would want clarity on that recommendation.
And I guess from my perspective, I don't know that it's a new sunset date so much as it is a continuation of the council's practice of reviewing this issue on an annual basis to account for change.
So we would like clarity on exactly what the recommendation is.
Right, but we could include that, I presume.
Where's the annual review? Is that in the ordinance? The report?
It's part of the resolution. So that resolution that sets the cap limits also sets a...
To the annual review, does the Planning Commission have a chance to review it prior to it going to council? And if we leave the sunset clause, then the commission has the ability to review it prior to going to council.
So the current council annual review process is council only, doesn't involve the Planning Commission. Anything that involves an ordinance in the zoning code always requires Planning Commission review. So if we were to set a new sunset date, then this process we're going through tonight would have to go through it again at some future date.
So that does adjust my opinion. I think I would like to see a sunset date, whether it's 3 years, 5 years, be that as it may. I think I'd like to see a sunset date. So this commission could have a chance to review and give input to the council.
I'm going to concur with Commissioner Neal.
I do as well. 3 years. Okay. So are there other issues besides the ones we've just discussed that need to be on our kind of action list tonight? What we'll do is we'll go through and by motion identify those things that we want to have part of this, and then we'll come back after we're done with that and do this supplementary list quickly about things that we would like to be advisory to the city council. So, any more discussion before Mr. Neal perhaps tries a motion on this? Hearing none, have at it.
I'd like to move approval of draft resolution A, recommending the city council adopt amendments to table 21.16.200 and chapter 21.34 of the zoning ordinance with the following changes or adjustments. A, adding notice distance to 300 feet. B, limiting pool use for hours only from, I think it was 10 or 8 o'clock to 10 p.m., 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., allowing transferability of permits in TC1 and TC2 zones only. All other TC zones all other T zones not transferable, and then retain the sunset clause date of 3 years. Thank you. And providing home share for a maximum of 10 days.
I'll second the motion.
Well, that was a staff recommendation, so I'm not sure I needed to add that to the motion, but
It's a change. It should be noted, I think.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion.
It's fine to clarify it. Okay, so that was Neal on the first, and the second was?
Gibson.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have additional discussion?
And just a clarification that the motion included 10 days that home shares could be away.
Yes.
And all, just a question, I just wanted to make sure the motion for clarification is the amended materials provided by staff, correct?
I didn't understand the question.
So
Isaac, could you repeat
we have a
that?
draft, we issued an addendum to the resolution, so we just include
It includes
the
the addendum to the resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
We had discussed that the definition of the 10 days as 10 days when the home share is rented. Does that need to be clarified? Because the way it's worded now, it just can't be away for more than 10 days. I don't think was the intent.
Roberta, are you suggesting the language that they can't rent the home for more than 10 days while they're away, or what language are you suggesting?
No, well, right, I'm just looking at what's on the slide right now, which may not be the wording in the ordinance, but it says the owner can be away from 30 days, for 10 days. Well, they can go away more than 10 days.
But I
just
think
can't be rented.
So I think it does say that. I think it says a home share. As a home share, the owner may be absent from the property during the time a renter is occupying the short-term rental unit for a maximum of 10 days within any calendar year.
Thank
So
you. That's-
I think it does
That
say
is
it.
clear. It
But
was
what
just
I,
the slide wording was not
what I
clear.
would like to amend my own resolution if I could, and that is, I did forget to require evidence of home share being their primary residence.
I would accept that as the seconder of the motion.
Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll ask staff to please call the roll.
Commissioner Neal,
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jorgensen,
Aye.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Chairperson Kogler.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. So that's the recommendation on the ordinance. Is it the preference to also make any additional recommendations?
Yes, it is. Okay.
Chairperson Kogler, I'd like to add a couple of recommendations that I'm aware of to the council for their consideration. And I'd like to see that at time of renewal for permits that neighbors are notified, as well as provide an ability or look into the ability to track short-term rental complaints to the police dispatch. And I think that's all I had in the way of notes.
Okay, let's just continue down the line and we'll build our list. Mr. Gibson.
I think there was more than the only two that I had on my list that haven't been addressed.
Okay. Mr. Davis. Berta?
I'd like to add that the city explore other hotline service providers. That we recommend that the permit number be required to be included on advertising. And in my opinion, every 3 years is not adequate for notification. I'd like to require annual notification of neighbors with proof of notification returned to the city.
And I guess I certainly would advocate for enhanced notification. I don't know that it has to go quite that far, but some enhancement over where we are, particularly if we're at least going to do it every 3 years. Given the hour, my other one I'll just summarize by saying I think some investigation into use it or lose it needs to happen. That people simply hold these permits for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years or whatever, and I think that's depriving others the opportunity, and particularly if there are one and they don't have the ability to transfer it anyway. I don't have an answer for that tonight, but I would like that looked at.
I would concur with that. I mean, if they're not going to use it and people are on a backlog, I'm not understanding, why would we would allow them to retain it. And the other issue that resonated with me that a couple people mentioned is the city council consider a density issue of some blocks and areas just being the majority SDRs. And that maybe they want to set some sort of guidelines on it.
Okay. So we've identified a number of things. Does anybody take exception to anything that you've just heard? Because if not, I would ask, yes, Commissioner Neal.
Marcy, I apologize. The requiring the notification, I think if maybe we recommend that it's require notification at time of renewal or more often, then let the council decide how they want to address that. And I think that would address the planning commission.
Yes, that's reasonable.
And then,
Okay, I would ask staff, do you have that list? Do we need to make that as a motion, or do you want to simply take
Well, so what my understanding was the recommendations would be to provide neighborhood notice at renewal or more often, to have the police department track short-term rental complaints, to investigate other hotline options, to make sure permit numbers are posted on the web, consider density issues and permit use requirements. What that's mean? Use it or lose it.
That's the list as I think.
And I could be wrong. Seems to me it would have a little bit more force if it went as a motion from the commission that we, as a group, wish to have those things considered. So I would ask that to be put in motion form.
I move what Warren said.
Perfect.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion?
Yes, my brain was slow. It's getting late. It's getting past my bedtime. Would the maker of the motion and the seconder consider adding to that list of recommendations to the city council that the total number in any category of permits not be increased? Not be increased.
Reactions?
Because we cannot have input on the number of permits, but we could ask the council to consider not increasing the number of permits in any category.
I support that personally.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm the motion maker, so.
I'll go along with that.
Okay, so it's been added. We'll have one last opportunity for discussion. Okay. We've got that pulled together as a motion. It's been put forward. It's been seconded. I guess it would be appropriate to poll the commission on a vote.
Commissioner Neal?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Aye.
Commissioner Jorgensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Chairperson Kogler?
Aye.
Okay, this is a non-binding recommendation. It passes 5-0.
Okay, that wraps our discussion tonight on short-term rentals. Thank you for being with us and for the viewpoints that you've offered. And as you have heard, you'll have opportunity to continue to track this with the city council and probably beyond. So again, thank you for your patience this evening and your information. All right, next on our agenda, discussion items. Do we have, let's see, we've got consent calendar. Do we have discussion items?
So Darren over there can probably talk to you.
Yes. Yes, the consent calendar, sorry.
There are no discussion items tonight.
Okay, so on to the consent calendar. The first item is Development Review Committee minutes for approval from March 21. And we also have the Planning Commission minutes for March 8 and April 12. Any changes or to those?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
We have a motion for approval of the consent calendar, which is the minutes from the DRC and the Planning Commission. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor?
Aye.
You have to call.
So let's just notice for the record that Commissioner Christensen has rejoined the meeting.
Good point. Do you want to call the roll, Lauren, on the consent
Yes.
items?
Commissioner Jorgensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Neal?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Aye.
Chairperson Kogler? Motion passes 6-0. I think May 5th. Staff will send out a verification of the meeting date and time, but it is coming up, I believe, next week.
I will be there, but probably remotely. So I'll need information on how to.
Okay, and remote attendance will be fine. It's 11 o'clock on May 5th, and it's in the large conference room. We're set up so you can attend remotely if you choose. Yes. No updates tonight.
I just thank everybody for was a good process, I think, to go through a lot of information. So congratulations, everybody. I think it was very professional. And I mean, including staff and commissioners in that company.
And I'll just make a quick, because it's late, but did I miss something? I remember seeing something in one of the DRC minutes, and it was a DRC meeting that I wasn't in, but there is a mobile unit selling tires outside of a Jiffy Lube. Is that okay? I mean, it's a trailer. Is that an approved, you know, it's over by Walmart. They are selling outside of a trailer. It's covered. It's under port. Is that?
We can definitely take a look at that. So it's at the Jiffy Lube on
Jiffy Lube.
South River Road?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just, I thought I saw something about Jiffy Lube, and I thought, well, maybe that was the big controversy. And I didn't know if they could actually, I mean, I know they do oil changes, but I didn't know they could sell tires out of the back of the trailer. So just something to look into. Anyway.
We'll look into it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Gibson.
I echo the comments. I think it was a really productive meeting, and we went through a whole bunch of material in a very professional manner, faster than I thought we were going to be able to do. So good job, everybody.
Mr. Neal.
No comments.
Mr. Christensen.
I just want to again commend staff. I know that was an arduous job with the STRs. And then the chairman, that was, I think, well organized and kept it flowing as quickly as possible. That's it. Thanks.
Well, we did have the benefit, all of us, of knowing what we did 3 years ago in most cases, so that was probably helpful. And I would commend staff and fellow commissioners for really digging into that the way we did, and I think coming to some specific recommendations rather quickly. So that's all I have. Staff comments.
Yeah, just a couple things coming up. Let's see. May, we don't have anything currently scheduled for your first meeting in May. Looks like we have a couple kind of housekeeping items later in the month. It looks like June, potentially, we have a couple bigger projects coming up. So right now, we're still kind of figuring out the agenda, but May might be kind of some light agendas. So we'll let you know moving forward. So that'll conclude staff's report.
Okay, and I have noted that I think Roberta has a conflict on the 10th. Is that correct?
I do. So I'm assuming that commissioners are not able to participate remotely at these meetings. Is that correct? We need to be here in person.
I don't know if that's actually the rule at this point or not. We can check on that to get a verification.
If it's a light agenda, it's probably not an issue.
Yeah.
Yes,
I will not be in person on May 10th.
Okay.
And I have the same thing going, I think, on the 24th. It's like 80%. It's not 100% likely to occur. So, and I might have an opportunity to do it remotely if possible from out of town. But
yeah, I'll check with the city attorney and just get clarification on exactly what the current interpretation is for remote attendance.
You mean Isaac's not with us anymore tonight?
He probably is.
Oh, he fell asleep. Okay.
I'm
Where are you? Oh, he's there.
So as long as if the AB 361 findings remain in effect, there's the opportunity to run the meeting like tonight's hybrid meeting, and that would allow the commissioners to participate remotely. So it's contingent on the AB 361 findings, which I believe are made at the council level.
So currently those are in effect still. So in May, we still can, commissioners could still attend remotely?
Yep, we would just need to be sure that we have the, that the findings are current within the last 30 days.
Okay, we'll check on that.
We'll wait to hear from you. Very good. Motion to adjourn would be in order. Offered by Commissioner Neal, seconded by Mr. Christensen. All in favor, aye? Aye. We're out of here.